And we are recording.
Okay, let's call this meeting to order at 4:05 p.m. Please call the roll.
Member Hinsey?
Present.
Member Hinsey present. Member Yankee?
Present.
Member Yankee present. Member Highland?
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Schmidt?
Present.
Member Schmidt present. Member LaHood?
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Wong?
Present.
Member Wong present. Chair Wolf?
Present.
Chair Wolf present. We have a quorum.
Great.
Shall I read the preamble?
Yes, please.
Remote access to information and participation. In accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order Number N3320, declaring a state of emergency regarding the COVID-19 outbreak, and Mayor London N. Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency issued on February 25, 2020, including the guidance for gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health Officer, aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their board and committee meetings to convene remotely via Microsoft Teams and will allow remote public comment via teleconference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process.
And meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Okay, let's go for agenda changes. We have a couple of agenda pertaining items. The first one is there was an item that was left off of this meeting that needed to be dealt with regarding the release of information based upon a request. A sunshine request to the full task force, its members, and the chair and the administrator, and I believe also legal counsel. Upon some thought around this, we had decided to put it on today's agenda. That for some reason didn't make it onto the agenda. We're going to need to have a special meeting because we had already asked the requester for an extension of time till this meeting. It's been a couple of weeks now, and this issue needs to be dealt with, and we have to deal with it by taking some action. So the soonest we can meet next would be Monday. It'll be a one-item special meeting. I'm wondering if we could get a quorum on Monday, either late afternoon or early evening for this. It shouldn't take more than an hour, if that.
Chair Wolf,
Yes.
I am available from 4 to 6, but I have another meeting starting at 6.
Okay.
And I'm not available till 5 on Monday.
You're not available, or you are available?
I'm not available until 5.
Oh, 5. Okay.
I'm not available until about 6:30.
Okay, so it's not going to work on Monday. What about Tuesday?
I think. Are we talking about the same time frame?
No, pick a different time.
Well, I'll say for me, it's pretty much about, I get home usually about 6:30. So
Okay.
I don't know if that works for anyone else.
That's
I'm
fine.
available.
If that's, oh,
I'm
go ahead.
available Tuesday and Thursday next week.
Thursday?
Tuesday and Thursday, anytime from 4 o'clock on.
Okay. Jen, Dean, Chris?
About Tuesday, 6:30.
That works for me too.
That also works for me.
Okay, so
Tuesday.
Tuesday at 6:30.
This is now scheduled for Tuesday at 6:30.
Correct.
Do we have everybody's agreement?
Yes,
So-
yeah,
Yes.
just took a straw poll for quorum. So I'm now calling for that meeting, and we'll get an agenda out tomorrow for that. Okay, great. The second item we have on this is we're having multiple items on the agenda today for more than two, as per our policy from the same requester. We're going to need a approval from the task force to waive the rule, the complaint procedure rules to allow this.
This is Lila. I make a motion to waive the complaint procedure rules and to allow us to hear more than two items from one person at today's meeting.
I'll second.
Moved by member LaHood, second by member Hensy. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open it for public comment. Any public comment? Any public comment? You can unmute yourself by pressing *6. Any public comment? Last call for public comment. Seeing no public comment, please call the roll.
Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hensy?
Pardon me, I wasn't ready. Aye.
All right. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion to have the same complainant have more than two cases on the agenda has passed.
I found my gavel. It was a gift. Okay, that motion passes. Thank you very much. Now, for the rest of the agenda, is there any changes or adjustments to the agenda at this time? Go ahead.
I was going to say, we have to discuss file number 19121, which was requested by the respondent to be heard early because he has a meeting he has to go to.
Okay,
So we
great.
need to
Thank you
discuss
for
that.
reminding me of that. Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. Are both the parties here?
For 19121,
Yes.
the petitioner is here.
Okay, is the respondent here?
Yeah, Sergeant Youngblood from the Police Commission is here.
Okay, great. So the request is to move item 19121 to the top of our agenda, making that item number 4, and then moving the rest down one number.
And is this because of the police commission meeting?
Correct.
Yes, it,
Okay. Then I'll move to make that. I'll move to make that change.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved by member Hensy, second by Vice Chair Yankee. Any discussion? Okay. Any public comment? Calling for public comment. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Last call for public comment. Okay, seeing no public comment,
Shall I call that item?
I'm trying to decide whether this is a substantive or a kind of simply procedural. Mark, I'll ask you. Is this substantive or procedural? Can we take it by?
I think you're fine.
Okay, so let's. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, so the motion passes. Okay, so we'll take that item first. All right, so let's move to any other changes for the agenda. The only additional thing I will be calling for a recess at about 6 o'clock for about 10 minutes. Just give everybody ability to stretch and have a potty break. And if we exceed 2 hours thereafter, we'll call for another 10-minute break every 2 hours. Okay. Okay, let's move to item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force December 2nd, 2020 meeting. I already noticed an error, which I am happy to point out to the task force. I'm sure you've all seen it.
Can you point it out?
Oh,
Can you
all right, I
point
will.
it out? Yeah.
Yeah,
For the record.
early in the public comments, I put in Mr. Hillier's name and forgot to add what it was he said. I have notes on that. I just realized it, and I will take care of that tomorrow. So that's the only thing I saw on the minutes.
Any other changes or adjustments to the minutes? Nope. Okay, so let's get a motion on the floor, and then we'll get public comment for any additional changes.
Sure, I'll move to approve the minutes.
I'll second.
Can we
So
do
moved
that as
by-
amended? Approve as amended so that we can make the correction.
Approve as amended, yes.
Approve as amended unless we hear some other ones from the public. So moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by Member Wong. Now let's open it for public comment. Any public comment,
Yes, public
please?
comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Hang on.
Start the clock.
Yeah. Hang on. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. This is Anonymous. It's a correction to the same item that the clerk pointed out. So on item 2, it's Anonymous stated the annual supervisor records report is false. I believe what I stated is I stated that I made a comment in the November meeting minutes that the annual supervisor records report is false, and that comment was not reflected in those minutes, and that needs to be corrected both in that minute and in this minute where I commented that the previous comments were wrong. Thank you.
Public comment on the minutes. Seeing no further public comment. Will the maker and the seconder accept that further adjustment?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. Cheryl, please add that to the list.
Yeah, I've already written in my
Items
notes.
corrected. Thank you. Okay. Let's call a roll.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Member Hinsey, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion to accept the minutes as amended with corrections has passed.
You can add me too, Cheryl. Aye. Dean
Didn't I
Smith.
call your name?
No.
Oh,
That's
I
all right.
apologize. I apologize.
No problem.
Okay, let's call the public comment will come at 5 o'clock. So let's start with item number 4.
The new item number 4. Item now number 4, not number 9, file number 19121, complaint filed by Anonymous against the Police Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721B, K, 26 and 27, failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner, failing to comply with the California Public Records Act, failing to keep withholding to a minimum, failing to key redactions by footnote or other clear reference to justification, and failing to cite legal justification for withholding.
Okay. All right. CAC Chair LaHood, anything to report or summarize for us?
Yeah, we found jurisdiction. One of the key issues in this case is justifying redaction justifying withholdings and redactions item by item is the key part of this case.
Okay, great. All right, so let's get our process rolling here. Cheryl, you ready with the clock?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So we have both parties here. We're going to hear from the petitioner first. Anonymous, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Let me know when I may begin, please.
You may begin, sir.
Thank you very much. Good evening, task force members. This is case 19121, Anonymous versus the Police Commission. It's still at item number 9 of attachment, so if you could go to page 6 of the PDF or footer page P1682. Unfortunately, it looks like my actual presentation that I made more recently hasn't been included. It's an older version, so I'll just have to make some corrections here. So in September of 2019, I made an immediate disclosure request to each commissioner and the secretary of the police commission for certain records regarding Jeff Adachi and Brian Kermody. And they gave a timely non-IDR statement on September 11th. Then from September 18th to October 4th, they gave rolling responses. That's all from a timeliness perspective just fine. At the time, they withheld documents. They did not justify their withholdings in writing as required by 6727, and their redactions did not have any footnotes or other clear references to justifications as required by 67.26. On November 9th, I filed this complaint and a supervisor of records petition. On December 3rd, the commission admitted to the task force that approximately 40 of the alleged, I think there were 50 redactions that I alleged were not exempt, were in fact wrong, and they corrected some of them. I'm going to try to keep this short because I don't think there's much in dispute in this case. You can see the request excerpt at the bottom here, but if you could go to the next page. As the compliance chair said, the issue is here, they did not justify their redactions in writing, nor did they provide a footnote or other clear reference. After the complaint, they did do so for some of their redactions. I think they told you at the committee, initial committee hearing that at the time they weren't trained properly. They have gone through retraining that where now they do this after my complaint. And so if you look at the bottom here, what they do is, as required by law, every redaction has a number to an index, but that's a later request. That wasn't this request. And so their training seems to have been correct now after they were retrained. But I just wanted to point something out here that's very interesting. 6726 says during the exemption review process, you have to go through and log why you're redacting each redaction. And that's really important, and this request is proof of that. Of the 50 withholdings I challenged, 40 were admitted to be incorrect by the commission. And I believe this is what happens when city agencies don't go through and make sure they have a lawful justification for their redactions. And when you're forced to think about why you're making a particular redaction, you're less likely to be either sloppy or malicious in trying to hide information from the public. If you go to the next page, yeah, see the rest of my presentation is cut off here. So the issue here is this is not a metadata complaint. The police commission produces metadata just fine. The issue here is that they also produced what you have held against the police department are not actually, they're not copies of the emails I request, right? So if I request a particular email between two persons and they take the body of that email, forward it to somebody else, and then produce a copy of that email, that's not a copy of the original record. And that's because when doing that process, you will modify some parts of the email. And so I believe those are the only two things still at issue in this. I will ask, I guess the rest of this is cut off somewhere. I will ask that you find a violation of 6726 for both non-minimum withholding, because as they've admitted, some of the information was now non-exempt, and also a violation of 6726 for not keying all redactions by a footnote or other clear reference to justification, 6727 for not providing a written justification for withholding, and I believe the way you worded the police department is 6721B for not providing a copy of the original records. I don't think the rest of my presentation is in here, so I'll leave it at that. I don't think there's a lot complicated in this complaint. Thank you.
I'd just like to interrupt for one quick moment. This is Victor Young. I just want to let the members of the public and participants know I'm going to mute all the lines in order to get rid of the background noise. When it is your turn to speak, you can press *6 to unmute your line. We're just trying to clean up the line so everything is clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. Sorry. Any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant petitioner? Okay, hearing none. Respondent, you have 5 minutes.
You ready? Go ahead.
Please give me one quick moment. I may have muted them and they may need some time to press *6 to unmute themselves. So if you are the petitioner, please press *6 to unmute.
Okay. I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Are you the respondent, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready whenever he is.
I'm ready. I really have nothing more to add to
Hang on.
anything that I
want to give you time. You've got 5 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
I really have nothing to add other than what I've already said.
Okay. That sounds like the end of the testimony. Are there any persons or witnesses providing any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, hearing none. Members, this is the time for questions and clarifications about what's been presented and the testimony. We'll get to deliberations about arriving to a conclusion after rebuttals. I have a question for the petitioner. You mentioned something about about the log. Did they provide a log for this request, or are you saying that they didn't?
They provided no log when their request was complete, and even after I filed the complaint, they only logged the ones I challenged instead of all of the redactions, which is required by 6726. But that is true. There is no log this particular request.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I have a question for the respondent.
Go ahead, Member LaHood.
Yes, just to verify, we heard from the petitioner that with additional training that your department is handling things differently and in his estimation well in terms of logging and justification. I'm curious about the point regarding copies of original documents. Have you changed what is your current procedure for providing copies rather than forwarding emails?
So when we get emails, when we get requests for emails, however the email is, or I should say, however the request is worded is how it is forwarded to the police commissioners. So if if it says that they want metadata, they don't want it forwarded, that verbiage is sent to the commissioners, and then they are responsible for providing myself the responsive document. However that they send them to me is how I present them. So if they forward it to me, that's what I get. I have no way to go to their computers and create these for them. I have to rely on the police commissioners to give me the responsive documents however they are worded. So I do follow up with them on how they can send it to me and try to walk them through it, but however I get them is pretty much how I have to present them.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Sure.
Any other questions or clarifications? Okay, let's move. Are we ready for rebuttals? Okay, hearing no objection, let's move to rebuttals. Respondent, you have 3 minutes for rebuttals.
Hang on a second. Go ahead, respondent. Respondent?
Sergeant Youngblood? You lose him?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you repeat one more time?
We're ready for rebuttals.
All right, let me stop
I
the
have
clock
no
and
rebuttal.
start it. Let me stop the clock. Sergeant Youngblood, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I have no rebuttal.
Okay. Thank you. Moving to the petitioner. Do you have any rebuttals?
Thank you very much. I'll keep it very short. I'm not asking you to find a violation against Sergeant Youngblood. Personally, I think he, on his own, does a pretty good job. So I understand that the commissioners themselves may not know what they're doing. But at the end of the day, it's about the police commission as a legal entity. Regarding, maybe once they, and the police commission has in the past, been responsive to once you issue an order of determination, then they look at it seriously, and then they might try to figure out how to properly comply with these requests. So I will, I'll just ask you to please find a violation of the police commission as an entity, no individual respondent, for a violation of 6726 for failure to keep withholding to a minimum, 6726 again for failing to key redactions by footnote rather than clear reference to justification, 6727 for failing to provide written justification for withholding, and 67.21b for failing to provide a copy of the original record. And then order the police commission to comply under 67.21e and refer the matter to compliance. Thank you very much.
Okay, members, time for deliberating and arriving to some conclusion.
Let me just throw out the one part of what the request is that I'm having some question in my mind about is the originals of emails, because in the context where the the person who is collecting everything has to go to commissioners and ask them for whatever can be received from them, and they give what they believe is responsive. I'm not sure if there's any evidence that originals could have been produced. Other than that, I'd vote for a motion to grant the petition with regard to the first, I think, 3 out of 4 items.
Okay, you're gonna have to be a little more specific about what those 3 or 4 items are, and to which code sections, or is that what you're referring to?
No, I think anonymous, the petitioner, he asked for 4 types of violation in sequence, and I am just, all I'm questioning is the last one, which is about copies or copies of originals of emails, and that's the only one that I have any issue with. But everything else, I just want to say I'm fine with what he wants.
Okay.
Chair Wolf?
Yeah, Member LaHood.
So one thing I'd like to note in this situation, and I don't know if we would want to include this in our order of determination, but it does seem as though the respondent made an effort afterward. They've changed their procedures, and I think it might be worth noting that we are finding violation, but we would like to recognize that a change in procedure, we would like to recognize that they've changed their procedures to avoid this happening in the future. I do think the not providing copy of original records is worth noting. I think this becomes another training issue because there are ways to make copies of emails within different email clients. I guess the problem is, and I understand this, that not everyone is necessarily, I guess I don't know if they are required to use the exact email system. The instructions might be different depending on that, but clearly there are ways to do it. It does become another layer of training, but it's not, given everything that's come up recently regarding metadata, it's not a non-issue. And I do have the list of citations. I don't know if you want me to read those or if we're still discussing things.
You can still just discuss them. And I have to recognize that Member Schmidt made a motion. No, you didn't make it. You're thinking about it.
I didn't make a motion.
Okay.
I was just discussion.
Okay, great. So, Member LaHood, if you want to do that, you can. Otherwise.
So I could make a motion to find a violation of 6726 for not keeping withholding to a minimum. Also 6726 for not keying all the redactions. 6727 for not including written justification of all withholding. And then 6727B for not providing copies of original records. I would also like for us to include in our language, if you think it's appropriate, for the order of determination, recognizing that the department has changed its procedures to avoid these issues happening in the future. I don't know if that's appropriate or not. I think it would be good to include because while it identifies problems, it also identifies the finding of solutions, which I think is something we want to encourage.
Well, I guess the question is, it's really more about chronology.
Yeah.
If you were to, at the time that the request was made, was there evidence that a correction had been made, for other things? I mean, I would just be a little cautious about that, and it'd probably be better in a more recent case where that is actually happening to make that notation. But I agree with your sentiment on it, and I'm just not sure if I guess you can just state as reported by by the petitioner. You could
Both the petitioner and the respondent, right, as reported.
If you want to note that for the quote unquote for the record,
Yeah.
I think that might be okay. I'm just thinking out loud here a little bit about what may be the appropriate place to make that recognition.
Yeah, and if not in the order of determination, we are discussing it here, in this public meeting, and I think there's value in that.
Okay, great. You can make a second motion if you want to make that an independent notation.
Why don't we just go with the
Flexible.
first motion and then listen to what other task force members have to say?
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Member LaHood to find in violation of 6726 for not withholding to minimum and for not keying the redactions, 6727 for not providing written justification for the withholding, and 6721B for not providing a copy of the original document.
Is it 21B or E is an egg?
B is in boy.
Okay,
Bravo.
thank you. Okay.
Is there a second to this motion?
I'd be happy to second that motion.
Okay, it's moved by Member LaHood, second by Member Schmidt. Is there any further discussion from members on the motion to find these violations? Okay, seeing none, let's move to public comment. We'll take public comment from all except the parties and any of the witnesses. Please unmute yourself by pressing *6, and I'll hand it over to Cheryl to run it.
Do we have a speaker? Do we have a speaker for public comment?
Any public comment?
Motion?
Okay, seeing no public comment, we ready for a vote? Please call the roll.
Second. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Hensy? Member Hensy?
You're mute.
Aye. Sorry.
Great. It's all right. Member Hensy, aye. Member Highland? Member Highland? Okay, Member Highland is not responding. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Okay, I just want to make sure I got this motion correct. 6721B for not providing original records. 6726 for a violation of withholding being kept to a minimum. And 27 for not including written justification for withholding. Is that correct?
No, for 6726, it's for not keeping withholding to a minimum and not providing keyed redactions. Key for the redactions.
And not providing. Okay.
And Member Highland votes aye, by the way.
Okay, great. Okay, great, you're here. All right,
And then
great.
Call me. I don't think that you called me.
I think I did. Chair
Oh.
Wolf?
Aye.
Okay,
Item passes.
correct.
Okay. All right, well, that was done pretty early. Let's see, what about the next one? And thank you, parties. So let's go to what now is item number 5 for 19058. So let's roll with that. and then we'll take general public comment after.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Are we ready? Okay. Item number 5, file number 19058, complaint filed by Robert M. Smith against the Fine Arts Museums in San Francisco for violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. The preamble is this task force found that the Fine Arts Museums violated Sunshine Ordinance Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and complete manner. The SOTF continued the matter and requested that the SOTF city attorney provide advice regarding the relationship between the corporation and foundation of the Fine Arts Museum.
Okay, thank you. So this is a continued item, and at long last, our request to the our legal counsel to provide some insight, investigation, and advice with regards to the relationship between these three entities of this case has finally arrived. So I'm going to hand it over to DCA Price Wolf to lead discussion, I guess. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah. I'm happy to answer any questions. I didn't really have much to present today other than sending the memo. Happy to answer any questions you might have about it. I was asked to, look at the relationship between COFAM, FAMSF, and the foundation, and within the context of the outstanding complaints that Mr. Smith has. So sort of just described, what I could uncover about the history of the organizations and what I could uncover about how they're funded, and made some conclusions based on that, and whether which of the entities would be considered a public entity subject to the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance. And the conclusion there was that FAMSF is a policy body subject to both the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance, which I don't think there's too much of a dispute about. And then also based on analysis of case law and the statute, just my advice is that COFAM and the foundation are not policy bodies under the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance, so it wouldn't be subject to those laws. I can answer any specific questions you might have. It's a big, lengthy memo, so I'm not going to go into the details of it.
Yeah. Anybody? I've got a couple of questions. One is, COFAM and the foundation are they contracted by FAMSF?
I think some of these questions are best asked to the party when because they're going to give you the actual answer based on the facts. I can tell you what my own Google research found, and my Google research found is that there's a MOU between entities. There's no contract that I could find, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But I only found an MOU.
Well, the reason why we're doing this is because the answers that we were getting from FAMSF were not satisfactory to be able to reveal what the actual relationship of COFAM and the foundation is. Both of those provide direct services to the museums by contract. MOU is a contract in the eyes of the city. And because they actually provide on-site direct services for some. I think one was for docent and the other was for fundraising, I believe. I could be, maybe it's been a while, but I believe that's the case. The question then becomes is what is their relationship to the city? And at that point, are they then subject to sunshine under 12L, or are they subject to sunshine as a contractor, which would be could be different sections of the ordinance?
Right. So the memo goes through that, and it does talk about, from what I was able to uncover with the finances, it looks like both COFAM and FAM and the foundation are subject under 12L. Because the way it concluded that was 12L requires there to be this agreement as well as at least $250,000 of funding from the city. And it looks like the funding of COFAM and the foundation are so commingled by this one financial disclosure that I cited by an audit that was conducted of FAM Foundation and COFAM. They seem to admit that the money is pretty much commingled between the entities. So I think it's fair to say that this, and I think the city gives over, I was like close to, gosh, I'm blanking right now, 16 million, I think, to the entities. So that's why I concluded the subject under 12L.
Sure,
Yeah.
Wolf.
Yeah,
Oh.
Kimberly.
So DCA Price Wolf, just to simplify an obviously not simple situation. So COFAM and FAMF are both subject to 12L, but COFAM is covered by the Brown Act because of the overlap between the FAM SF and COFAM boards. So anytime COFAM is meeting, FAM SF is essentially meeting, and so they have to comply with the same with the Brown Act in the same way.
So I'd say that's like 90% there of what I was.
Okay.
That's yes, and then here's the small caveat. It's not that they're, as an entity, going to always be considered subject to the Brown Act, but that meeting, the actual meeting where
Right.
there is overlap, that's subject to public meeting laws, right? So like it has to be noticed, an agenda, and it goes through all that. It doesn't mean all of a sudden, because there's overlap at that meeting, everything else that they do is going to be subject to the Sunshine Ordinance and Brown Act. Do you get the distinction I'm making? It's kind of nuanced, but I think it's pretty important.
Full board meetings of COFAM are subject to the Brown Act because of the overlap with FAM SF.
Precisely.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Schmidt. Go ahead.
Yeah, a couple questions. And I appreciate the pretty comprehensive memo, DCA. I guess my questions go to, I want to see if the scope of your memo included or didn't include or wasn't intended to include a couple of, say, sub-issues. And they're two very close sub-issues. And I'm pointing at the CPRA as opposed to the Brown Act. Did you feel that there was a question about whether the foundation and COFAM had obligations under the CPRA, whether that was an issue that you were looking into? And the related issue would be, did you consider that whether FAM itself had any obligations under the CPRA to make an effort of any kind to effectuate the production of documents by those two other entities, COFAM, the foundation?
So I'll take your first question first. If there's a particular section of the CPRA that you're curious about, like we can talk about that. But like on a on a threshold level whether the CPRA applies. I don't have my notes on that in front of me. I think was the same sort of threshold question as the Brown Act, whether it's like a policy body or, and I know the Sunshine Ordinance has a slightly different, I'm sorry, whether it's a legislative body or a policy body under the Sunshine Ordinance. So for that purpose, I felt that there was no need to really delve into the CPRA. The Brown Act, I felt, didn't apply to COFAM and the foundation, and neither would the CPRA as entities. So to your second question, let me see if I can repeat it, understand it. Just correct me if I'm wrong.
Can I just, I'm sorry, can I just, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
No, please.
Just because that first question, you just said that you felt like it doesn't apply because they're not legislative bodies, policy bodies. Which of those was it? If that's the reason why you thought CPRA has no, or you either you weren't looking into it or you decided that CPR doesn't apply because they don't qualify as that kind of body.
Yeah, it's the latter. I'll have to pull up my notes specifically. But I remember making like there was significant overlap with how the Brown Act identified whether it's going to be an applicable body and how the CPRA identified it.
Okay. Thank you.
I didn't, I mean, as you can see, I didn't really fully go into that.
Okay. Then go ahead with the second similar issue, CPR again.
So let me see if I get this straight. So you're asking is what are the obligations of FAM SF when a public record request is made to FAM SF with respect to the documents that COFAM might have and the foundation might have? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm asking if you know the answer to that.
Sure.
I'm asking you about that, and maybe that's not something that you felt was in the scope of what was requested. So it's sort of somewhat the same question in two ways.
Yeah, so let me answer that in two ways. The first way is to say, look, there are three separate entities. So AMSF is this policy body that's subject to the public records laws, and COFAM and the foundation are both private nonprofits. So in this instance, there were multiple Sunshine requests made to FAM-SF. Now, to the extent that FAM-SF just normally has these documents in their file cabinets or drawers or however they keep their documents, they're in possession of them. And if they're responsive, I'd say they have an obligation to turn them over, just as if you had, in your drawer documents that are responsive, even though they might be on letterhead of another agency or something, you're in possession and control of them and you turn them over. So to that extent, yes, but I don't think FAM-SF has an obligation to then turn to COFAM and say, give me all the documents you have, right? They're three separate entities. So in other words, you can't like backdoor a request to COFAM by asking FAM-SF for all of the things.
So it's a sort of possession. What you're saying is you think it's a possession and control standard.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Sure.
So I have to, I have to kind of go back to 12L here, because that's exactly what 12L requires. That if the contracting agency to a nonprofit organization, that they actually are the kind of the arbiter of what documents get released or not. All documents that are pertaining to the contract are public documents. because they have a contract with the city. And the word contract, and I'll read it. Contract, this is under 12L.3 definitions under C. Contract, quote unquote, shall mean an agreement, however titled, comma, including without limitation a memorandum of understanding, close parenthesis, to grant or otherwise provide funds to a nonprofit organization, including funds from another governmental agency administered through the city or any city commission, city board, city agency, or city department for such organization's operation, organizations as in plural, possessive, organization's operation, new or existing programs, events, performances, capital improvements, or for goods or services provided by or through such organization to all or any portion of the public. Contract shall not include, subparagraph 1, an agreement to provide goods to the city pursuant to bids or requests for proposals where the city is the end user of the goods, or subparagraph 2, an agreement to provide services or benefits to city employees and or their family members, dependents, or other designated beneficiaries. Under that definition, this MOU is in fact a contract.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Under
I agree.
12L.
That's why I said 12L applies.
Oh, 12L does apply. Okay, great. So under 12L then, with regards to public access to records, it doesn't mean that the agency actually has the records that the contractor, or this in this case, COFAM or the foundation, has possession of. They are required to provide certain records up front that are always publicly available, but anything that is asked for that is not currently provided, it's up to the agency to be the go-between for that. And if the requester is not satisfied with the agency's response, then they're able to come to us for review, as in 12L.5B, or actually all of 12L.5. Is that? Do you agree with that?
You lost me a little bit. I'm not sure what point you're trying to make.
Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is the issue here is that the petitioner, Mr. Smith, was requesting documents and information from these entities, okay? And the entities had denied, they withheld that information, saying that they're private nonprofits, that they don't have to provide it. And so as the case proceeded, it was found that there was this MOU, or these MOUs, and that in fact they should. It wasn't clear though as to what relationship they had with the city. So that's why we made the inquiry, because we could not find it just by our own means. That's why we requested your office to help, kind of weed this out, which you have, very well. The question now becomes, under what rules does COFAM and the foundation have to comply with? Do they comply with the terms of the Section 67, or to the terms of Section 12L?
Yeah, and my opinion is 12L.
Okay, great. So let me stop there. Let me turn to the members. Members, What are your thoughts about all this at this point? So we can move on this. And if you have any other deeper questions for folks that weren't part of this case beforehand, Member Schmidt and Member Wong, then please feel free to ask questions. Go ahead, Member Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, I did a question. Maybe you could talk a little bit more about. I think you mentioned somewhere in the memo about the sharing of the email system, and if it sounds like if the nonprofits are utilizing the email system of the entity that is subject to the Sunshine Ordinance, then those records obviously going through that system would also be. Is that correct?
I don't know. I didn't look into the like server where emails are kept and whether if CoFam used the same server as FAMSF, if that would suddenly make them FAMSF records. Is that sort of what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I'm just curious. So at what point would it trigger if they're doing some type of sharing of email systems? At what point, if those records are somehow touching that shared system, would that then make that a disclosable record under the Sunshine Ordinance, separate from 12L?
That's a tough one. I mean, I don't think it would suddenly turn CoFam into a policy body or legislative body, but I think what you're getting at is, would those records suddenly become FAMSF's records, right?
Correct.
Such that
So let's say, right. Let's say I'm a trustee. Yeah, I would say, so let's say I'm a trustee of CoFam and I'm using my email and I send an email out and it has a bunch of attachments to it, but my email address as a CoFam trustee is actually administered by FAMSF. Wouldn't that make any of those emails that I send out and the records attached within disclosable?
I mean, I'd sort of just be shooting from the hip and telling you my gut response, which is, just the same as you and I got it. Like, I don't want to give you the opinion of the city attorney on that. You know what I mean? I haven't really looked into that.
I gotta get that.
So I see the challenge in your question, that nuance there. I don't know. Like, my initial take is that wouldn't necessarily turn it into a FAMSF document. But I just honestly don't have enough comfort level on like how servers work, to the extent things normally just multiple entities exist on one server. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't know how normal that is or abnormal. And I think it's a very good question. I just don't have a great answer. Sorry.
Yeah, for some reason, I want to recall that there was some discussion about shared emails, servers, or systems, or something like that back when we originally heard some of these cases.
I'll call you later.
Yeah, I vaguely recall something too when I was looking through the records.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Schmidt?
Yeah, Dean Schmidt again. I'll just go back a little bit to Chair Wolf's line of inquiry. It seems like there's not much question that 12L applies, and then 12L means that there are certain public disclosures, but you in your memo called it limited public disclosure, and so the 12L limited public disclosure, it seems to me that that's not the same as subjecting someone to the Sunshine Act. Would you agree with that, DCA Wolf?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's limited by, if you look at 12L, it kind of lays out certain types of financial records that they have to produce as a matter of course. It's pretty specific on the types of records. I think there's like 2 or 3 categories there. So I think that's a spot on summary that it is not the same thing.
It's basically contract and finances, right? That's the essence.
Hey!
Okay.
Hey!
Thank you. That's all.
Okay,
David, stop.
Can you please mute yourself? We need everybody to mute themselves except for the parties here at this point. Thank you. I have a couple of more questions, if you don't mind. Based on, I didn't quite find it, and maybe I missed it in your memo. And maybe you have the answer or not. What is the actual kind of relationship with regards to the meetings of CoFam? what is the relationship of the Fine Arts Museum of San Francisco City Agency? What is their position on that COFAM board? Are they representing the city, or are they kind of an independent trustee? And then what then is with regards to public representation? Does FAMSF have to COFAM at that point? And is those meetings of COFAM specific to the work that that COFAM is being contracted for?
So there's a lot to kind of unpack there. I think, let me pull up my memo while I'm talking to you. I don't think there's like a specific, so there's requirements that, members of FAMSF sit on COFAM's board of trustees. That's in the actual bylaws. So I don't know if that's a little bit what you're getting at. So that's why there's significant overlap. If you look at the very last page of the memo, I tried to put together a little appendix and color coded the overlap, see if you could figure it out. Like, so one color, is for all the overlap between COFAM and FAMSF. Another color is overlap between the foundation and FAMSF. I'm sorry, and COFAM. And then there's a third color where there's like a few members that are overlap of all three.
Well, but hold on a second. Let's just be clear. The Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco Board of Trustees is an actual city body, enterprise agency, or actual commission or board of some. Right. So they're absolutely subject to sunshine, not 12L.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. Then I had that backwards. Okay. So then let me ask, going back to the conundrum as to whether certain resources like shared servers and email services and what have you, whether those are available. The question then for me is, under the contract or the MOU or the requirements for performing those duties, did FAMSF provide resources to the contractor in order to perform those services for the city and the public? As opposed to, doesn't matter what the kind of circumstances are, the fact that the city has provided those resources for the contractor in order for them to perform those services, it continues to have the connect. It continues to keep things in the public sphere because they're still part of the city's kind of public government system, which is public. So, and then if things need to be withheld, then you have the rules of sunshine to provide those provisions. You follow where I'm going with this?
Sorry, Bruce, not totally. I mean,
okay, so,
like, what's your question? What do you?
So I guess that was kind of my question. I didn't articulate it well. So I guess the question is if COFAM and or the foundation have MOUs which are contracts to provide services or perform services for the city and the public. Okay, and FAMSF, the city agency or department, has either provided or required them to use specific city resources, which may include email services or file servers or any other kind of physical resources or virtual resources, then everything on those resources is public and subject to sunshine. No matter who has possession of it, they are a custodian. Is that not correct?
No, I think that's a bridge too far, actually. That's not how I read the case law or the statutes, that merely that a city department gives a nonprofit or some other entity a resource, then everything that's connected to that resource becomes a public record. I feel like that's what you're saying. I don't read the law that way.
Isn't the resource owned by the city, by the taxpayers?
I just don't see that as the dispositive question. If something is owned by the city, then everything connected to it is going to be a public record. That's not the test to whether something is going to be sunshineable.
That's very confusing to me. I don't understand that answer.
Okay.
I just don't. I can't understand that anything that is not in the possession, any records that are in possession of the city on any of the city's property or resources is subject to sunshine unless there's a withholding provision.
I mean, how about this? Instead of talking in theoreticals about resources and where this resource is located, can you ground your question into something that's present in this case? Because I just think it's more helpful to talk about a concrete issue in this case than like theoretically, locations of resources.
Okay, so
like
let me break out the list of items that the requester had asked for, and some of it was financial records and others. I mean, if you go to your starting on page 1 of your memo, okay, all documents relating to any fashion to invitations to and applications by Robert Smith. The actual petitioner is asking for for documents relating to him over the past 10 years to be a docent at the museums. I don't know whether it's COFAM or the foundation that manages the docent program. Okay, if COFAM, if let's say I think it's COFAM that provides the services for the docent and manages the docent program as contracted by the city, then any of those records with regards to invitations and applications to be a docent would be a public record.
I guess I don't necessarily agree with that. So this request was made to FAM-SF. And to the extent that FAM-SF has responsive documents here, yes, they would have to comply, period. This request, if it's made up to COFAM would have to follow the rules listed in 12L. And if this is a type of document listed under 12L that's disclosable, then I'd agree with you. But I don't think 12L requires the disclosure of these types of documents from COFAM. If FAM-SF happened to have all of these documents because COFAM gave it to them one day, just here's a box of documents we don't need anymore, then sure, FAM-SF has them in its possession and it would turn them over. But I don't think as a matter of course, simply because there's a relationship between COFAM and FAM-SF, that automatically every document of COFAM that is responsive here would have to be turned over.
Well, okay, so let's go back to the what the original request was. So that's on page as far as the packet is concerned, it's on page 17 of the packet. That would be PDF page 7, but stamped in the footer, page 17. And it was sent by Mr. Smith on June 5th, 2019. It was IDR for to the Fine Arts Museum of San Francisco, so the city department. And in the last sentence, it says this request includes all documents herein described in the possession of and or under the custody and or control of COFAM, the Corporation of Fine Arts Museums, and FAMSF, the Fine Arts Museums, the FAMF, Fine Arts Museum Foundation. Okay, so the response from FAMSF was that it was unresponsive that COFAM and FAM have those records. And then the question pursued from that as to whether COFAM is completely independent. COFAM and FAMF are completely independent of the city, or are they contractually tied to the city, and thus the documents that they have are disclosable, are public and disclosable. That's my question.
I guess it's the same. I have the same answer. That doesn't matter. Sure, they made a request here, but COFAM would be responsible only to the extent that 12L says allows or requires them to turn over those types of documents.
And I see your hand, Member Highland. Just one last point from me. In 12L, it states in the last sentence of 12L.5A, notwithstanding the foregoing, which is the standard packet of financial information. Oh, wait a minute. That was what I was looking for. Oh, it's above that. A member of the public may request additional financial information other than what's described above pursuant to 12L5B, which is the dispute resolution section. However, the provision of such additional financial information by a nonprofit organization shall be voluntary and not compulsory. Okay. Now, under the dispute resolution, they can ask the city department, the agency, the contracting agency, for that information. And if they don't, if they're not happy with that information, they may bring I guess a complaint to the Sunshine Task Force for an advisory opinion that the task force is authorized for. So that's what we're here for today. So we're just trying to, I guess we're just trying to figure out what is applicable for this or not. Okay, I'm going to stop there. Member Highland, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to something that Member Yankee said about the servers. I do remember that from prior conversations. But just want to establish first of all that, and this is for DCA Mark Price. Well, if we're accepting that 12L is applicable here, what's the threshold? What's the litmus test of what they have to turn over? You mentioned you were going down the road of hard copies in cabinets or whatnot. I'd like to see that go to emails. So first of all, would you accept that emails between FAMSF and the two other entities are in the public domain? That's my first question. I'll wait for you to answer that.
Sure. All right, I'm trying to turn my video on so this feels a little better.
Yeah,
Can you guys see me yet?
I see you now. Yeah.
I see you. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. So I think that was brought up, I don't know which of the many times we talked about this, but I'm pretty sure FAMSF acknowledged that all the emails that they that FAM-SF folks had with other entities that are responsive would be disclosable under Sunshine, and that I think they said they did turn them over, but yeah, I think so, because that's FAM-SFs, right? But to the extent that FAM-SF, like to the extent they're email, I don't know, that they're requesting from a co-FAM member, very good. Oh, from a co-FAM member to Joe Smith, like those aren't necessarily disclosable under Sunshine. Does that make sense? Like, I think what you're saying is, to what extent would FAM-SF's emails be
Right.
disclosable under the Sunshine? And to the extent that they're public records, I'd say, yeah, all of those emails, if they're responsive, would be disclosables on, yeah.
Okay. So based on that, the next thing I wanted to point out is I seem to remember that, it is the FAM-SF email server that they created COFAM to handle some of the business of the museums, and they put COFAM on that server. I think right there, any, defenses of, sorry, Ryder, it's not going to work. I think I'm going to go mute here. Hold on.
I'll just add in that my family became a cliche COVID family, and we just got a puppy too, so I empathize. Yeah, that's why I was the first half of the meeting. I was outside to hey, and I was shivering, so I need to get back inside.
We can
Well,
do
you'll hear me do that
I'll try to
too.
bring him in here and show you guys.
So I have another question, real quick. Oh, go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, finish your line. Oh, we lost Chris. Are you still there, Chris?
I think he was trying to subdue his dog. He was
okay,
the one
so
barking, yeah.
So let me add, did you, DCA Price Wolf, did you find any evidence in the MOU or the contract that states that they would be subject to Sunshine?
No. Let me say this.
Okay.
When I read the MOU, I did not see anything that openly subjected themselves to the Sunshine, like we sometimes see in contracts. Like I remember with SF Zoo and things like that. No,
Right.
there's nothing like that I saw.
Do you find that unusual?
It is what it is. I don't know. I don't have an opinion on whether it's normal or not.
Okay. Because yes, I'm hearkening back to the zoo case also regarding that. But you would think that similar to that, I mean, almost every contract that the city puts out actually does say now part of its boilerplate that they're subject to Sunshine for the work that they're performing.
Wonder if I could just run a quick question by everybody, which is that are we treating all three entities as respondents here, or just FAM? I wonder. I got a sense that it's just FAM that's here today in this proceeding, and so I'm wondering if that would mean that maybe talking about the other entities is a little bit outside the scope. Any ideas from anyone on that?
I'll go ahead. This is Fiona. Verification has been for us for I don't know how. It's sort of like you can't talk about one entity without talking about the other. So that's why we're sort of we request memo, because had some issues with sort of wrapping our head around the intertwined interrelationships here at the committee level, so that's why we have been requesting this memo for a while.
I oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm done with that particular line. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that they're interrelated and they're all relevant to what we're dealing with to this whole situation. But they're relevant possibly, but only today if they're relevant to whether FAM violated something. I don't know if they're parties here today, and that's my concern, because I mean I have some certain thoughts about whether FAM violated, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, there's already an order of determination on that, and yet if are we looking at, you know, whether these two other entities should have done something in terms for today? I don't get that. I mean, I will footnote that with, I had an earlier question, which was, did FAM have an obligation to look at the other two entities and to possibly ask them if they had any documents that might be responsive to the request to FAM? And I actually think that there may be case law that we also saw in a different case, which is the Hooper case, which says that yes, FAM with entities that they have a close relationship with, they need to find out if those entities would possibly be in possession of public records. And so that's one of the reasons why I think these other entities might be relevant here today. But that's different than whether we're looking at what those entities, whether they violated some kind of obligation under the law.
Anybody else? Member Highland, are you still there? I kind of want to wrap this up. Do you have any other questions? You're in the middle. No? All right. Lower your hand. Don't mind. Thank you. Okay, so where we're at here is to come to some conclusion as to what the relationship is between COFAM. FAMF is to FAMSF, the city department. We've come to agreement that anything that FAMSF does and has in possession of in relation to records is disclosable under Sunshine. Anything under COFAM and FAMF, we're being advised that is under 12L. 12L, if we the task force, now it's with the task force to determine which way this is going. Is it under the standard Sunshine section 67 or under section 12L? If it's under 12L, it's pretty specific on what the role of the task force is, which is not necessarily the same as section 67. Yeah, Art, for here, if we're going to assume that it's 12L, then under 12L, we would not be providing an order of determination. We would be providing an advisory opinion about the request made to the contracting agency for its contractor. Thereafter, the review and any other consideration would be in the hands of the Board of Supervisors.
If I could quickly just bring up a note, and I thought this is kind of going back to what I talked about earlier and what Member Highland was discussing. But I did find in the memo that Mark Price Wolf wrote that he talks about the Good Government Guide, and that it notes that any records stored on the city's communication system would be considered retained by the city, and also in most, if not all, instances, also owned by the city. So I think we need to figure out if any of these records would potentially have been on that city's email system. I don't know exactly how the servers work between all these, and I know we've had some discussions about that, but that may make FAMSF the responsive party for perhaps many of these documents that may have been sent by COFAM or FAMF using the city's email system.
Okay, that's a very good point. So this complaint was well, the original request was made of FAMSF. So that's our focus on here. And then the question, based upon your statement, Vice Chair Yankee, if we are to agree with your statement, then we would call upon FAMSF to provide those documents as in the list of public records requested that they might have in possession with regards to if they exist on the city's servers at that point. And frankly, you can regard city servers, it could be a file cabinet. It could be a pile of paper on somebody's desk. It could be in a binder. It doesn't matter where it's stored. If it's in the possession of the city and in a city's resource, then it's disclosable. And then we don't have to necessarily deal with the 12L issue at that point. We only are dealing with the 12L issue because FAMSF has cited that they don't have to produce documents that COFAM or FAMF has. The question here is, does FAMSF have those documents because they exist on city property? Correct, Vice Chair Yankee?
That is what I am essentially suggesting, yes.
Okay. All right, folks. There you have it. So we left this item open so we can get through this investigation and then make a determination as to what, if any or all of the documents that were either unresponsive or withheld by FAMSF, they need to be ordered to produce.
Point of maybe unmuted. Yeah, point of clarification. So, what do we need to do today? Are we just determining the relationship today, or are we coming to some
No,
about the
no,
fact
no.
itself?
We're this is the last part of this case.
Okay.
Was to determine the issue was that FAMSF had some objections to providing documents or records that COFAM or FAMF may have, because that would be in their possession. The question here is the original request and complaint was brought upon FAMSF, which is the city department. The elephant in the room was they were sharing resources, and if anything in the list of documents requested were on FAMSF's were on city property because of those shared resources, then they must be disclosed. And not by COFAM or FAMF, the foundation, but by FAMSF because they are on their servers or some other city server.
Got it. Okay.
That's the way that's where I'm going with this.
Could I clarify that it appears, are we going to hear from the parties today? Or is that not part of this?
We can, if you want clarification and the parties are here.
Okay.
You can, absolutely. We didn't request the parties to be present because we are continuing to take this up on our own. As far as, we've heard from the petitioner, Mr. Smith. He's not quite sure why we're continuing to go down this rabbit hole.
Okay.
We felt it was important because it was precedent setting, or could be precedent setting, based upon how contractors that having MOUs or other contracts get applied. I mean, we've already dealt with this with the zoo and with other cases regarding, like the Opera House. That was another case, and we just don't have a clear kind of precedent to be able to deal with these issues. This is one of those lingering issues that could help define more easily for us and for future task force bodies to be able to come to conclusions easier and faster, make them more explainable.
Okay. Okay. But yeah, I agree that FAM is the party that we're looking at here. When we get to the point where we're talking about what to do, which I think we're at, in addition to whatever FAM had custody or control of, which I don't know if that's really disputed, those are public records. I did find the citation to the case, which I believe obligates FAM to seek out records that are outside of their possession and control, and to go to these entities with which they're fairly closely intertwined and ask them what type of documents they may have that would potentially be public records. And so I do think that there is California case law that supports that additional obligation. And so I think that the case against FAM would include that type of obligation. And that's a case that we talked about. It may have been in a committee hearing. It's Community Youth Athletic Center versus National City, the 2013 case, 220 Cal 4th 1385. I'm just reading that into the record because I think that case, we definitely need to know about that case because we have a lot of those type of situations going on in the city with, agencies who are having a lot of their work sort of subcontracted to these private, semi-private entities, including the 12L companies.
So that sounds like it would basically trump 12L in this case.
I think it would add to 12L. I think 12L has a role here, but I don't think that they can necessarily cap it with 12L and say, well, we did everything that 12L requires, or we'll do everything that 12L requires. I think they can't just say, we only have to give you what we have. If they get a request and the circumstances indicate that there may be other parties who possess certain public records associated with the work that is done within that agency's AEGIS, AEGIS. Sorry with the pronunciation. That they may have this extra obligation to go outside and contact those those other entities. And I think that I saw this with the Parks Alliance, that this may come into play with the Parks Alliance also. And I think it might come into play here. And so that's why I was wondering, if we're just looking at FAM, is that something that maybe FAM didn't do here? And I don't think they did it because they said, we don't need to do that. We don't have to do that. And I asked the same question of, DCA Price Wolf, and I don't know if he's still on the call, but I wanted to just talk to him about this court opinion because it may apply here.
Can you repeat that court opinion?
Yeah, the citation is Community Youth Athletic Center v. National City. 2013, 220 Cal 4th 1385. And it's not that it's not like it clearly lays out a specific obligation that you can just take from the opinion. But I think that I would feel comfortable relying on that case to say that in some of these situations, there is a certain obligation to go to closely interconnected entities and ask them for documents.
Okay. So then go ahead, DCA Wolf. Do you want to respond to that?
So I think that there is certainly, if the request is made on one agency and they think the document might be held within another agency, I think they're an obligation to say, hey, I think they might be in this other agency. You should go talk to them. Like if the Parks and Rec get a request about, I don't know, garbage cans on the police department's property, they can say, oh, we actually don't have that, but the police departments do. You should ask them. There's that. I also think that to the extent that a public entity actually controls the documents that another party might have, like I think you're right, the public entity has a obligation to get those documents and turn them over as public record. So for instance, I'll use the same example with like parks. If they, for whatever reason, store their documents in like Aunt Joe's garage, or have Aunt whoever control them. You can't, the parks can't just say, well, we don't have them. They need to go, and since they control them, they need to go and get those documents, or at least look through those documents and see if there's anything responsive. I think what you're saying is something a little bit different, which is if there's a close relationship with two entities, the public entity upon which a request is made needs to reach out to all of those other agencies and see if there's responsive records, to the extent like they're responsible to do that. And I think that's a bridge too far. I don't read this case to say that. I can look at it a little bit more closely. I'm just sort of looking at it while you were talking, Member Smith. So
Sure.
Read,
Yeah.
But I sort of separate it into those three buckets. So I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that when we're talking about possession, we're pretty clear. I think we all understand what possession is, but this case adds to possession, and it says that in these kind of situations, it can be possession, or it can be constructive possession. And I don't want to get too far into what that means, because that means a lot of things. But constructive possession it's sort of an add-on to possession. And I wonder if maybe here we're talking about the kind of circumstances where there's actually constructive possession, even when they're not in actual possession. That's so. I thank you for looking at the case, though, DCA.
Okay, anything else, folks? Trying to wrap this up. Okay, so thank you, DCA Wolf, for completing this task. Really appreciate it. I think we're pretty clear on the relationship between the two nonprofit entities and the city. I think we're pretty clear on if there are shared resources that are provided by the city, that are owned by the city, that anything on those resources is disclosable under sunshine, unless otherwise there's a citation for withholding. I think also, I believe in some of the responses, just is in context. Let's see, this was on page 5 of DCA Wolf's memo. It says FAMSF's response to set 5. I think set 5 is a set of records that were requested, that they have engaged COFAM and didn't find any records that were responsive. But I think the thrust of this exercise was to determine the relationship and determine what records are to be disclosable or not at this point. All right, any other comments or discussion before we open it up to public comment? And then we can decide how we want it to close this, either by a motion or to, I mean, we can make a motion to provide an affirmation on information that we've collected here today, so that it begins the process of creating a precedent or a kind of a general, kind of standing that the task force, or position the task force wants to take. I mean, those are just some suggestions.
I would consider perhaps making a motion, and then we could have public comment on that and see if we want to amend it or change it in any way, or just to get some type of something down.
Okay.
I would move that we find that FAMSF would need to disclose
Wait a minute, FAMSF what?
FAMSF would need to disclose any records stored on the city's communication system. And I would say including anything from COFAM or FAMF that would meet that criteria.
Including anything?
Any record from COFAM or FAMF that would meet that criteria. So essentially what I'm saying is that FAMSF, which is the city body, would need to turn over anything stored on the city's email system, or like Chair Wolf said, if it's in their file cabinet or whatever else, if it's a hard copy. But if it's in the possession somehow electronically or physically of FAMSF, they need to turn it over, even if that document was initially created by COFAM or FAMF.
I will second that for the sake of being able to have discussion.
Okay, so moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by Member Hensy. Repeating this, the motion is to require FAMSF, the city department, require them to disclose any records on city resources and or communication systems for any reference of COFAM or FAMF, even if COFAM or FAMF created that record. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. Great. Okay, let's open it up to public comment.
Yes, please.
Cheryl, are you ready with the clock?
In a second. Sorry, I'm just taking a few minutes to set this up. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Hi, this is Anonymous. I think Vice Chair Yankee and Member Schmidt are right on the money in both of their comments throughout this case. I'm just reading through the case that Member Schmidt cited just now, and it does go beyond just having a requirement for the city to search through its own records, and it is based, and it's I don't have a paragraph number here, but it's the bottom of page 1428 in that citation. It is based on the contractual language between the city and the contractor. If you believe that the city has an quote ownership interest and a quote right to possess and control it, then that's enough. And so if in the dealings between the fine arts, the department, and these other nonprofits, this information about the museum or about the operations of the museum, which is the conduct of public business, if the city has a contractual right to possess and control it, even if it, as the court said in that case, did not enforce that right, it would still be in the constructive possession of the city and must be disclosed. I think there's also a very important part about these email servers because actually, I think you've been handling this case for quite some time. And I remember at the first meeting for this case, when I found out this was happening, I made a records request to the fine arts museums for the records of their computer systems, how they handle who uses what. And they wouldn't give me anything for the same reason. And if it is the case that any employee or officer of the city prepared, owned, used, or retained this information, that, according to the city of San Jose, is enough. Even one employee preparing, own, using, or retaining the information is enough, including, for example, the common trustees across the different public and private entities. So I think this motion is absolutely right, and I would strongly encourage you to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Any other public comment on this on the motion? Please unmute yourself by pressing *6. Last call for public comment on the motion. Okay, hearing none, are we ready for a vote? Okay, let's call the roll, please.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Are we ready? Okay. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Member Hensy, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf? Chair Wolf, sorry.
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion is to require FAM SF to disclose any records on any city resources and communication system, even if on COFAM or FAM. Is that correct?
It is to require FAMSF to disclose any records on city resources and communication systems of any reference of COFAM or FAMF, even if COFAM or FAMF created that record.
Okay.
Member Wong, you have a question?
I just have a point of discussion, I think, based on DCA Price Wolf's memo. I would love to at some point discuss like how COFAM would fall under the Sunshine Ordinance related to like their board meetings, and just how we would handle that in the future. It definitely doesn't have to be now, but
Actually, if you read 12L, that will answer your question. 12L has a specific section requiring all contracted nonprofits to hold at least one meeting, public meeting per year. And there are requirements as to what they need to disclose during that meeting. As far as any other types of meetings, I don't, that's something deeper. If you want it to have the task force, do some work on that. Let's figure out what it should be, kind of come through a committee, or you can take it upon yourself to take it on as a project. We could, do it either way, that way too. And then provide a report back to the task force.
okay, sounds good. I can do a little bit of research.
Okay.
Or, Member Wong, if you want to follow up offline, I'm happy to have a discussion with you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so I'll suppose that the motion is passed. So I'll tap the gavel. And so we're at 6 o'clock. I promised to take a break, but we also are required to have our public comment that would be at 5. So we're going to take public comment first, and then we'll take our recess. So Administrator Leger, if you would mind calling item number 3.
Item number 3, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Any public comment? Please unmute
Yes,
yourself by pressing *6.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Are you ready, sir? Do you have a
Mr.
comment?
Chairman,
Do you want to make public comment, or do you have a question?
I want to make public comment.
Okay. I'll begin the clock right now.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, my name is John Hooper. I just wanted to give you a quick update on the status of complaints 19061 and 19062, which you discussed at your December 2nd meeting and referred back to the complaints committee with instructions to petitioners and respondents. At that time, your instructions to me were to submit to the clerk an itemized list of information I have requested and not yet received. At that meeting, your instructions to respondents, OEWD and DPW, were to provide specific answers to each item on my list, at which time the complaints committee would have adequate information from both sides in front of them to aid in its deliberation. As instructed, I submitted my itemized list on December 17th, and the clerk sent it to both parties, OEWD and DPW, on December 18th. I have had no acknowledgement or response or information of any kind from either respondent since that time. Given the continued difficulty in obtaining the information I've been requesting for almost 2 years, and I know this is not an action item, I request that the SOTF again instruct OEWD and DPW to respond in detail to my itemized request. And I would also request that you, this time, place a deadline on their responses. That I think would help move this matter, which has bounced around the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for almost 2 years, to a resolution. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I wish to make a public comment.
So do I. So do I.
Can I make a public comment? Hello?
Just a moment.
Yes, you may.
Ready?
A moment. Yes, I'm set, sir.
Am I up for speaking? Hello?
Bruce, can he speak?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You ready?
Okay.
Let him know. So here's the hold on a second. Here's the process. I'll ask for public comment. Somebody will speak up. Administrator Leger will say, "Okay, I'll, hold on a minute," and she'll get the clock going, and then she'll say, "Okay, speaker, go ahead." It'd be good when you are asking to speak for public comment that you identify yourself in some way. If you want to identify yourself as anonymous, please do, and at least we'll be able to kind of keep things in order. I appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead, speaker.
Clock is on.
Am I up? I'm speaking?
Yep. Go right ahead.
Okay. Get 2 minutes, right?
3.
3.
2 minutes. Okay. This is anonymous. I have a standing gripe with the administrator. I've been using the task force for actually decades, and procedure that you've always followed
is that if I make a public records request and I believe that the party to which I'm making the request does not give me the documents that I've requested under the Sunshine Ordinance, I have the right to file a complaint. And in my past experience, whenever I've done that, the administrator has, in a timely manner, assigned a file number to that complaint. The rest is largely, if not completely, out of my control. I recently tried to do that. I was denied records illegally under the Sunshine Ordinance by the SFMTA, and I phoned the administrator and asked, I also faxed her that complaint. I asked for a file number. She refused to do that, and I actually filed another complaint about that behavior with the clerk of the Board of Supervisors, her boss, I believe. So that is my standing gripe. In my experience, if I need to repeat myself, whenever I've, okay, I don't think it's the job of the administrator to decide whether a complaint is a legitimate complaint, nor to deny a file number to a received complaint. In my experience, the body that decides whether a complaint is a legal, legitimate, actionable, or hearable complaint is the Complaints Committee of the task force. In my opinion, at this point, the administrator is denying me the standing long-time procedures to follow that practice, which is very upsetting, if not illegal. So good luck, and I hope you get it straight. I wish to follow through with this complaint and get the documents I requested. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to respond to that public commenter. Our complaint procedure has some allowances for the administrator with regards to giving a file or entering in a complaint. We'll make sure that we review it on this end for the purposes of your issue, but I would also urge you to also read the complaint procedure to assure that what you're concerned about is either being covered or not. The complaint procedure could be found on our website. It's under the documents section. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, this is David Steinberg. I'd like to say something.
Go ahead, David.
Hi, I want to respond to what Mr. Hooper just said a couple minutes ago. First of all, I will say we have not responded to his most recent letter because we are conferring with the city attorney. We will respond to him shortly, but I will also point out that at the task force meeting on December 2nd, the task force requested that Mr. Hooper provide a bullet list of missing documents to both of our departments and that the matter be referred back to the complaint committee once the records have been identified. Instead of providing a list of allegedly missing documents, Mr. Hooper presented a laundry list of new items drawn presumably from an early contract with OEWD with no regard to whether or not we had already provided those comments. As an example, item 5 of this 21 bullets was for invoices and records of payment, as well as meeting minutes, notes, and sign-in sheets involving FFPA, et cetera, et cetera. We've released more than 800 documents, but in a very quick check of documents previously released to Mr. Hooper, I found 5 documents that are responsive to what he just asked for, which were meeting minutes. So he didn't provide what the task force asked him to provide, which was the missing document. He came up with a whole new laundry list of 21 different categories of things. And as I said, we're conferring with city attorney and we'll respond to Mr. Hooper shortly, but I did want to make the task force aware of why he has not received any correspondence from us yet, because he did not follow the task force's instructions to him. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a response to that from the chair here. Where there are issues around existing cases that are open, or cases that are being monitored by the task force, please refer that to the Compliance and Amendments Committee. You can do that through the administrator. If you have any concerns about that, the Compliance and Amendments Committee is specifically charged with reviewing and monitoring orders of determination as they are being asked to be monitored. If there's any action or additional issues, the chair can determine whether to put it on an agenda for further discussion and review or action at that point. Thank you. Next speaker. Any other public comment?
Yes, yes. Anonymous here.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So this is regarding some of those cases that someday will be heard at compliance. Hopefully, I know 19044 and 19047 are going to be heard in a few weeks regarding the 1+ year refusal of the mayor's office and the city attorney's office to comply with orders 19044 and 19047. But something more recently is your decisions in 19098, 19103, and 19112. These are decisions, all of them unanimously made by this task force. However, the mayor's office is refusing to comply because you haven't signed the OD after the decision. So I'd urge you, it's not just my case, I know there's a few others in the last few months that need to be published on the website after you guys finish putting the minutes into the OD and signing them. And I would just please ask that you do so at your earliest convenience, not just for my ODs, but for the other people whose rulings you've made since, I believe, August or September. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Last call for public comment. This is general public comment for items that are not on the agenda today. Okay, public comment is closed. Let's recess for 10 minutes. It's 6:16 now. We'll return at 6:26. We are in recess.
I will ask that all the members and members of the public mute their microphone and turn off their cameras.
Here.
Everything, we're all here, and the recording is on?
Recording is on.
Okay, great. Okay, let's call the next item. I think this would be item number 6.
Correct. Item number 6, file number 19119, complaint filed by Anonymous against the Department of Technology, Linda Gurrell, Michael Maxman, Arlene Lucinda Barker, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721B, 26, 27, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner, failing to keep withholding to a minimum, and failing to cite legal justification for withholding. This was
Okay.
a rather large packet, so I had to divide it up into 6 parts.
Very good. Thank you. Madam Compliance and Amendments Chair, do you have anything to report on this? You're somehow muted or not.
I am muted.
Okay, there you go.
Yes, we found jurisdiction, and I would say something important to note with this case is that I know that the Department of Technology has been working with Anonymous to increase compliance with these kinds of requests, and I believe things have moved in a positive direction, but we still found it necessary to that we still found jurisdiction and merit to the case, and that's why we're hearing it today.
Okay, very good. Okay, Cheryl, you ready with the clock?
Just about. Right, petitioner's going first.
Yeah, let's make sure both parties are here. Are both parties here?
Petitioner is present.
Is the respondent present? Somebody from representing the Department of Technology? Give you a moment to unmute. *6 is how you unmute. Cheryl, did you get any response from the respondent, whether they would appear or not?
No.
Hello, this is Michael Maxman from the Department of Technology.
Okay, there we go.
Okay,
and
cool.
Linda Girl, the director of Department of Technology, is also on. She might be trying to unmute, and I do believe that Arlene is also here.
Okay, great. So please.
This is Arlene Licadini.
Okay, great. Thank you for attending. When we call upon the respondent, please choose one person to make their the testimony, and then I'll call for any witnesses or other persons to provide any additional facts or evidence, and anybody else from the department can add additional information at that time. So we'll start with the petitioner first. Anonymous, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. And I would like to remind that the complaint procedure does, I believe, require the total time for me and all of their parties to be the same. But we'll begin on page 82 of part 5 of item 5. That's the PDF number. And your chair of compliance is exactly right. Things have moved in a great direction here. So this request was made, 2 requests were made in October 2019 for the email and calendar data of the Chief Information Security Officer, Michael Maxman, and the Chief Information Officer, Linda Gurrell. They denied those requests on November 1 and November 11th. One with a legal citation and one without. In November 2019, I filed this complaint, which predates all COVID orders. In October 2020, which is 1 year later, they did the first partial production of that data. In December, it was mostly complete. As of December 28th, I don't think I've ever said this before, all parties, there was no further dispute between the parties. The Department of Technology has either produced all of the information or agreed in writing to produce all of the information. Just as a reminder, for those of you who weren't here in the numerous public hearings we had about metadata, you conducted those hearings consulting with a number of different departments. You did your own research. and came to the conclusion that there are no court cases and no rules that say that this information would be exempt. Therefore, it's not exempt, and it must be treated like every other part of a public record. And there's 6726 would require them to only exempt the minimal portion, the minimal types of metadata that are information security threats, but not other kinds of metadata. Go to the next page, you'll see a history of metadata in San Francisco. So I believe Mr. Warfield commented in one of my cases recently, why is Anonymous still fighting for this? It's not new. This is certainly not a new thing that the SOTF has held. 14 years ago, in 2006, the Board of Supervisors unanimously passed a motion requiring the clerk to provide public access to records in the format requested by the requester due to SOTF complaints. I believe Mr. Warfield was at that hearing many, many years ago. And they changed this from a PDF-only production. And in 2019, in 3 different cases, you held that email header information, calendar data, and text message metadata had to be produced. And the chair openly invited the city to create a baseline of which metadata was and was not exempt, with some reasoning so we could actually think about these cases. And I believe the Department of Technology has now done this for email and calendar. All I'm going to ask you here, and I think we're going to keep it short because I don't think there's any dispute here, is I am asking you to dismiss the individual respondents in reflection of their substantial amount of work in improving the city's response here, and to dismiss 6726 and 6727, even though those were violations at the time I filed the complaint, and ask only for a 6721B for an untimely production of the records in this case, since it was a year later. And I would say, I think one of your members said you should note that, when departments do improve their policies and improve how they do things over time, even though at the time of the complaint it wasn't compliant. And I think that's useful because these respondents have been very helpful in improving the city's production of this information. There's a large appendix, and I can go through the entire legal argument about all this information if I have to, but I don't think I need to because they've disclosed the information and don't dispute it. So I'll just leave you with the League of California Cities told you that agencies that receive requests for metadata or requests for records that include metadata should treat the request the same way they treat all other requests for electronic information and disclose the non-exempt metadata. And San Diego, Los Angeles, West Sacramento, Sacramento County, Port of Oakland, Vallejo, City of Fort Bragg, City of Oakland, Placer County, Marin County, San Mateo, all of these agencies and cities that put records on next request, they will give you this information. And that's even under the weaker CPRA. I'm actually not going to go through the whole legal argument because they've disclosed the information, so there's nothing to argue. But if you have questions, especially for those who weren't there for all of the
30
hearings
seconds.
we had on this before, I'm happy to point to the record, the other court cases I have, the quotations and everything. Finally, if you do give the respondents a total of 15 minutes, if they need 15 minutes for different parties, I would ask that you give me some time as well so that the total time is equal. Thank you very much.
Are there any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? Okay, hearing none. I just want to, before we move on, I just want to double check something on our procedures based on what the petitioner is citing. I'm sorry, just a moment, please. So I'm not finding in our, and I'm not aware in our procedures and just in general practice that if there are anybody steps up to be party to provide any additional facts or evidence on behalf of a presenting party, that equal time must be provided to the other party. Whether somebody shows up to provide additional information or not during this testimony period is a matter of whoever shows up for that particular aspect. Now, if we want to include all three representatives of the respondent as part of the respondent's testimony, then I would say yes. Then we would extend the time for the other party. But if they choose, if the choice is to for them to step up as providing additional facts or evidence, then it would not apply. I'll take any, if there are any concerns about that from members. Otherwise, we'll move forward. Okay. Let's call upon the petitioner, whoever the representative is, provide their testimony. 5 minutes, please.
I think you mean the respondent.
I mean the respondent, yes.
Okay.
This is
Can
good.
you
Can you hear me?
barely?
Barely?
That's better.
Maybe just other people on mute, so that would help. So this is Linda Durrell, and I'm the director of the Department of Technology. And thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. So there will be no need for others listed in the complaint to respond. I will respond on behalf of the department. And we have no additional facts to add to this conversation. So we believe that this matter is closed.
Does that conclude your testimony?
Ms. Gorell?
Yes?
Is that the end of your testimony, ma'am?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, hearing none. Members, questions and clarifications in this section?
Having waited a while for anyone this year, testifying, given that both parties haven't seen it. So I'll move to find the
No,
violation.
not yet. Not yet. We have to go through rebuttals first.
Oh, sorry about that.
This is just our Q&A, our discovery section. All right. Anything? Last call for any questions, clarifications? Nope. Okay. Should we move to rebuttals? Okay,
3 minutes.
great. So 3-minute rebuttals. Start with the respondent, Ms. Grell.
We have no rebuttals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Petitioner, anonymous.
The motion that I'm going to ask you for is to dismiss Linda Jarrell, Arlene Lucidine Baker, and Michael Maxman as respondents, dismiss 6726 and 6727, and find only a violation of 6721B for the untimely production of the records requested here by the Department of Technology. I'm also waiving the compliance thing that automatically happens after this OD. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right. Member Hensy.
I will move to find violation of 6721B. Do we need to say we're not finding violation for the other two sections? Do you want us to go?
Not required.
Okay. I will move to find violations of 6720.
Okay. There a second?
Sure, I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Member Hensy, second by Vice Chair Yankee. Any further discussion on the motion to find in violation, the Department of Technology in violation of 6721B on timeliness? Okay, hearing none, let's open it for public comment. If you have public comment on the motion to find in violation of 6721B on timeliness, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. Any public comment? Public comment. Any public comment? Okay, last call for public comment. Okay, no public comment. Are we ready for a vote? Okay, let's, Cheryl, can you please call the roll?
Okay. Member Hensy? Member Hensy?
Aye.
Member Hensy, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Motion to find a violation of 6721B on timeliness passes. Would you like me to include in that motion the dismissal of 6726 and 27?
No, not necessary,
All
because
right.
we didn't necessarily take it up. It was a suggested suggestion of the petitioner that we find in violation for those. We are not finding a violation of those. It's been now repeated on the record a couple of times. I think we're good.
Chair Wolf,
Yes.
before we move to the next file, I'd like to make a subsequent motion on this, and it would just be to recognize the significant work for the Department of Technology and request that they share their work on metadata with any other departments who need guidance on metadata-related records requests.
Sure, second that.
Okay. So that was moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by Member Hensy. I'll just add, I think it would be good if there was some kind of fact sheet or some sort of something written up of regarding this that we could have, that we could also distribute.
That would be, so maybe I would amend it to ask the Department of Information Technology to create a summary fact sheet to share with both the task force and any department needs guidance and or assistance with complying with metadata records requests.
Okay.
Secondary agrees, that's for.
Okay, let me make sure I got this motion right. Just to suggest that the Department of Technology share with the task force what?
I would suggest that, number one, I would like to recognize the significant work done by the Department of Technology in response to this issue, and request that they create a summary fact sheet of how to dispose of or deal with metadata related records requests that they could share with both the task force and with any other departments that need assistance or guidance in replying to records requests of this nature. That was probably wordier than it had to be, but I think you get it.
That's good. All right, so let's open this up for public comment. Sure.
How about our comments?
Oh, do you guys want to? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to give a strong endorsement. Member Yankee or Vice Chair Yankee, thank you for proposing that. I think it's a great idea.
Great.
Members, anybody else? Okay, let's go to public comment. Any public comment? Public comment. And last call for public comment. Okay, please call the roll.
Hang on a second. I'm putting in my paper. Member Yankee.
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Member Hinsey, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong.
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. And the motion passes. So there's two motions on this particular item.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay. And all right, let's go on the next item.
All right. Item number 7, file number 1912. Problem? Is there an echo? Okay. File number 19128, complaint filed by Anonymous against Chief William Scott, Sergeant Brian Rodriguez, Sergeant Michael Andriachek, and the Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code sections 6721, 25, 26, 27, and 29-7A by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner, failing to comply with the California Public Records Act, failing to keep the following to a minimum, failing to cite legal justification for withholding, and failing to preserve, maintain, and disclose all correspondence in a professional and businesslike manner.
Thank you. Member, I would say, Madam Complaint Committee Chair Hinsey, do you have any report?
Which one is it? When did we hear this one? I'm trying to recall.
October 20th this year, last year.
I don't recall anything specific. I don't remember Yankee or Schmidt missing anything.
Sure. I'll jump in a little bit. If I recall, the case, at least part of the case, was regarding, I believe it's someone with the San Francisco Police Office, also having a separate email account through the FBI or some type of other law enforcement group, and there's type of maybe perhaps a City of San Jose type of issue involved here, in searching those subsequent or those other email addresses for the record. There may be more of it to it than that. I believe that's a quick high-level summary.
Right. Correct.
Okay, thank you. So let's start our procedure here. We'll hear from the petitioner first, then any witnesses, then we'll hear from the respondent, and then any witnesses. 5 minutes each. Administrator Leger, you ready?
Yes, I am.
Hey, Anonymous, are you ready? And is the respondent, let's make sure the respondent is present. Is there a representative for the respondent? Is Chief William Scott here? Or Sergeant Brian Rodriguez, or Sergeant Michael Andrejchak?
Hello,
or
Sergeant Andrejchak here from SFPD.
Okay, great. Are you representing all the respondents?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, Cheryl, start the clock.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead.
All right. Good evening once again. This is case 19128 versus Sergeant Brian Rodriguez and various other SFPD parties. We'll begin on PDF page 98 or footer page P814 of the item 6 attachment. So the issue here is I sent an immediate disclosure request to both Brian.Rodriguez at ssgov.org, which is a particular person, an employee of the city, and SFPD Legal at ssgov.org, for a specific email that I know exists that Brian Rodriguez wrote using a different email address about the conduct of the city's public business. And I sent it to both of those. On December 4th, the request was rejected by NJCheck, as you can see there. For that reason, they told me you need to go to the DOJ or the FBI for that other email address, and that is not true. The Sunshine Ordinance binds the, quote, person having custody of any public record, end quote. And that person here is Sergeant Brian Rodriguez. You'll see here in the bottom excerpt, I requested a particular thread from 3 different email addresses, and we'll go into why I know about this on the next page. What you're seeing here is a public record produced by SFPD in a completely different record request. It is a forward from Lieutenant Torres to Chief Moser, including the body of an email written by an SFPD sergeant. You can see it halfway down the page. B. Rodriguez at rcfl.gov. And if you go to the next page, you'll see that he signed this as a sergeant of the San Francisco Police Department and as the deputy director of some entity called Silicon Valley Regional Computer Forensics Library, which I'll get into. Next page. Rodriguez is an employee of CCSF, and the records that he prepares, owns, uses, or retains in the conduct of public business are public records of the city, of SFPD, and Rodriguez, no matter where they're stored. And City of San Jose, the Supreme Court makes this very clear. An individual officer and employee having possession or preparing, owning, using, retaining, etc., a record imputes to the overall local agency. And they broadened the definition of local agencies to include individual officers and employees. It's not relevant whether or not the FBI also has access to this record. This was a record made by a city employee about city business. Next page. Now, you may wonder, what is FVRCFL? It is not a separate government entity. The MOU, which is in the record, the contract between the SFPD and the FBI, states specifically that it is not intended to and shall have no legal status separate from its constituent governmental entities. There is no entity called SVRCFL. It also specifically states that the employees assigned to this SVRCFL group are not employees of SVRCFL or the FBI. Rodriguez was a city employee. He has to produce this record. And you might wonder, what if B. Rodriguez at rcfl.gov is stored on an FBI computer? That's not relevant. The Supreme Court held that the document status doesn't depend on the physical location of a record. As long as a city employee or officer prepared, owned, used, or retained the record, and it is about the conduct of public business, in this case, it's about the forensic analysis of Brian Carmody's computer, that's it. That's all I have to prove. Last time they were here, if you go to the next page, you'll see, if you don't rule that these are public records, you're incentivizing the SFPD to basically just hide their records on other agencies' computers. It doesn't matter whether the FBI could also produce this record. SFPD and Sergeant Brian Rodriguez have to produce it themselves. Now, last time, this Sergeant Andrzejczyk, who is the person having custody of the record, told you that they had never asked Brian Rodriguez whether this record exists or to produce it or anything. And I don't know if that's changed by now. They refused to respond to any of my emails about this request. But I think in the clear City of San Jose case, it doesn't matter that it's a different email address. The fact that a city employee wrote it, it's about city business. That's all I have to prove. And at this point, I think I'll only ask that you find a 6721B violation because it's not a complete response. You should order them to produce the record, have it go to compliance, and then they'll either agree or disagree. And then the rest of the stuff can be decided later. But right now, we don't even know if they have searched for this record and whether the record exists. I have a lot of evidence that the record exists because I can show you a forward of that email to someone else. But they have to search, and they have to give me a yes or no answer. Are there any public records? Are they disclosable? And if not, what citation to the CPRA allows them to exempt that record? Which they have done none of those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? Hearing none. Respondent? Sergeant Andrzejczyk, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Just confirming that. Thank you. Confirming you can hear me.
Yes.
Great. Our response is as follows. We challenge that a request for emails is an immediate disclosure request or qualifies as an immediate disclosure request. Immediate disclosure requests are for something that is routine and readily available. Going through emails is not a task of something that is routine or readily available. Sergeant Rodriguez is a member of a task force. He works on cases for any number of law enforcement agencies in the state of California. And some of these are open investigations and matters that have sensitive topics and so forth. So therefore, we challenge that it was acceptable or that it should be accepted as an IDR. We also challenge that Anonymous would send his request directly to the sergeant, regardless of what email address he's referring to. Anonymous is an avid and routine requester. He's here before you folks at the SOTF on a regular basis. He understands the process. He uses the process very well. There is a process in place for public records requests to be sent to the custodian records just to ensure that things do get handled properly and in a timely fashion. If there was a delay, in this case, it was due to Anonymous not following the established protocol, which again, he's a very avid and routine requester. We contend that the San Jose decision does not apply. San Jose decision deals specifically with personal email accounts and persons doing official government business on personal email accounts. And again, this is not the case in this particular manner. Anonymous references a prior Public Record Act request in which documents, emails, responsive emails, if you will, were provided. We are prepared to provide Mr. Anonymous with those emails that have already been released in accordance with that other public record request. At this point, there's no way to know if he's the same Anonymous who requested those. He may already have them in his possession, but we're prepared to do so. However, this is an open investigation. There's still an open criminal investigation concerning this matter. There are additional records that we've identified, that Sergeant Rodriguez has identified, but we are exempting those records from release under 6254F of the government code, as there is an open criminal investigation. And thank you for your time, and appreciate you guys, and appreciate you hearing this case. I'm going to go back on mute until you need me.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, hearing none. Our discovery time. Any questions or for the parties, clarifications, what have you?
I have a question for the respondent. You just said, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
You said that because it's an ongoing investigation that you have documents that you deem exempted. Do you deem the documents that are the subject of this situation, this case that we have here today, that those are also exempted?
I'm not sure that I understand your question. Anonymous is requesting emails that Sergeant Rodriguez provide emails from his end on the FBI task force server or email account, however it is you want to explain that. And the emails that he's asking for, yes, they do pertain to an open criminal investigation. And we acknowledge that some emails were released before to another public records request. We did not recall those emails. So they are out there, they're in the public domain, and we are willing to provide those emails to Anonymous, but again, I think he already has. I think that's what prompted him to file this new request.
Okay, but the Rodriguez communications that are at issue here today, are you saying that you've already made the claim that they're exempted?
We're saying they're exempted because they are part of an open criminal investigation.
Okay. And could you just tell us again which exemption that is?
Under 6254F of the government code for an open investigation.
Okay. And is that an exemption that you've put in writing to the petitioner, Mr. Anonymous?
I don't know. I don't believe that we have. I'm preparing an email for him this evening. Actually, I expect I'll be able to send him these other emails tomorrow with a more, with that explanation as part of that.
Okay.
But let me interject for a second.
Thank you, officer.
Let me interject for a second, Sergeant. At the time that the request was made and you withheld the records, was that investigation still open?
Yes, it was, but I don't recall citing that as an exemption. Oversight on my part, if that's the case.
And did you cite it as a exemption for responding to the complaint to the Sunshine Task Force, other than today?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Yankee.
I was just hoping that perhaps the respondent could speak a little bit more about Sergeant Rodriguez's affiliation with this additional task force. Just to clarify for the record, is that through his employment with the, police, San Francisco Police, or is that a totally separate second job, volunteer, whatever it is, on his own time type of thing?
It is through his employment with the police department. It is his current full-time assignment. He is a San Francisco police sergeant, and he is assigned to that task force.
Okay, so he's operating, as a city employee in that, assigned to that role. Just to clarify that, right?
I would say yes. He may have some federal. What is the word I'm looking for? He may have been sworn in as a federal officer of some sort or something like that, but he is still a San Francisco police sergeant. Yes.
Okay, and the reason I bring that up is because I have some concerns about somehow saying that because it's work done for the task force, the FBI, or whatever, that it's not city work. It sounds very clear to me from this that he's obviously operating through his course of employment as a city employee and creating these records, these emails as a city employee, perhaps assigned to an outside task force, but still as a city employee. So thank you.
Sure. I mean, I can tell you he is still a member of the police department, and he's still a sergeant for the police department.
Okay.
Right.
I do have one more question.
Membership.
Has Officer Rodriguez ever indicated to you that he would not be capable of accessing these requested communications?
Repeat the question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll ask it. I'll ask it in a better way. Here's my second draft. The requested communications. I wonder if Officer Rodriguez has ever described any obstacles that he has encountered in trying to access copies of those communications.
Like physical obstacles?
Well, has he told anyone that anyone at this SVDIA prohibits him from accessing his email account?
I don't think anyone's told him that he's not allowed to access his email account. No.
Okay. Okay, so as far as you know, he has free access to the account.
Yes.
Do you think that he still does have that access?
That would be my understanding. Yes.
Okay. Okay. And nobody's ever told you that there's any kind of sort of written guidelines which would restrict him accessing those accounts, correct?
Yeah, I'm not aware of anything like that.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair Wolf, you're muted.
Sorry. I have a mechanical keyboard. It makes a lot of noise, so I'm muting. So this is a question for petitioner anonymous. You stated that this Silicon Valley Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory doesn't exist. Did I hear that correctly?
No, that's not what I stated. What I stated is it is not a separate legal entity apart from the SFPD, FBI, and whoever, and that's from the agreement that created this task force. I can give you page numbers if you need it.
I believe it's page number 104 of the PDF and 820, page 820 of the record. Is that correct?
That's the entire MOU, but the citation with paragraph number is shown on page 102, page 818 on the bottom. That would be paragraph IV-B-1 and IX-A, which are quoted right there.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so Sergeant Andrzejczyk, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Andrzejczyk.
Andrzejczyk. Okay, great. So what of these particular statements that are contained in the MOU with regards to the relationship of SVR CFL to the city?
I don't follow your question. My apologies.
Okay, so in the MOU under section Roman numeral 4B1 between the San Francisco Police Department and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, it states, quote, the SVR CFL is not intended to and shall not be deemed to have or be represented to have any legal status separate and distinct from its constituent government entities. So the constituent government entities is City and County of San Francisco.
I just opened up the MOU. I'm not an attorney, obviously, so you're asking me to interpret a legal contract between the city and county and the FBI. So I don't know that I'm qualified to do so.
But your testimony was that it is separate. That it has nothing to do with the city and county.
Well, it's a separate entity. The sergeant is assigned. He's actually a deputy U.S. Marshal, deputized as a U.S. Marshal, I should say. He's still a sergeant in the police department.
Yeah,
Roman numeral
4B1, 4-B-1. I mean, if you're going to make that statement, then you kind of have to back it up with the evidence of that. What the petitioner is bringing forward is a counter. It runs conflict to what you're stating.
That the sergeant is still an employee of the police department and assigned to the task force.
Well, you have section Roman numeral 4-B1, which basically says the entity shall not be deemed to be separate from its constituent government entities. So it's not separate from the city and county, from the San Francisco Police Department. It is deemed to be an actual department or a division or some sort of attached entity of the city and county, San Francisco Police Department. What you're referring to is section Roman numeral 9 -A, which basically says it even more clearly that SVR CFL is not a separate legal entity capable of maintaining an employer-employee relationship. And as such, all employees assigned to it shall not be considered employees of SVR CFL or the FBI, unless, which means that they're still employees of San Francisco Police Department.
And that was my statement earlier. He's still sergeant employed by the police department, but he's assigned to the task force.
So it's the premise that is being brought forward to us is that Sergeant Rodriguez is still, whether he's been assigned to this SVR CFL entity, he's still an employee of San Francisco Police Department, not an employee of SVR CFL or the FBI, unless there's some other, document that says that that it authorizes his status as something else. But by that token, the SVR CFL is not to be distinct or separated from the San Francisco Police Department.
I'm not challenging that he's, not a member of the police department. He's detailed to the crime lab, and he's got a deputy U.S. Marshal status as part of that. If we're looking at the MOU, section Roman numeral 16H talks about the release of information to the public. No assignee shall disseminate to the public at large any text, journal, treatise, or other material relating to the forensic examination or analysis of digital evidence that discusses or discloses any policy, practice, or procedure that has not been clearly authorized for a public dissemination or has otherwise not been made public. Section J talks about records. The executive board shall vote by majority direct that one of the participating agencies be deemed the owner and custodian of such records of the SVR CFL. So there's some other significant aspects of this MOU. If we're going to call those to your attention, then I direct you to those as well. All records determined by the FBI to constitute FBI records shall continue to be owned by the FBI and are subject to the FBI Record Management Division rules, regulations regarding the retention, disclosure, or destruction of records. Further, all records returned to the FBI as directed. So I think those should weigh into your consideration as well.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Yeah, go ahead, Member Schmidt.
There is a course of action, of course, for Mr. Anonymous, and that is to file a FOIA request with the federal government. That's my understanding. The proper way to get those emails, if you're looking at the MOU and how it's laid out and so forth, it appears that the FBI is custodian the records, or at least as it says here, one of the participating agencies deemed owner and custodian of records, that the FOIA would be the proper way to go.
Am I allowed to speak to this part?
One moment. I just wanted Member Schmidt, did you have a response? Did you raise your hand? You're on mute. You're on mute. Member Schmidt.
Thank you. Sorry. This question is for Anonymous. You heard that Sergeant Andreychuk has offered to give you in writing confirmation that they are claiming that the communications that you're seeking here are exempted. Is that satisfactory to you? And if not, Why not?
Sure. Well, let me give you the page number. 1 second. I'm going to find the page number to give you a precise response to that. So on page 98, the bottom half, those are the 3 requests I made to them. And I understand that, as they have stated, they're now changing their response. Their earlier response was, go talk to the FBI, and they did not give me a legal justification. You can see that statement on the first square. That's the literal response they gave me. There was no legal justification. Now it sounds like what they're saying is, we do acknowledge that records exist that are responsive to this request, and all of them are exempt under Government Code 6254F, Open Police Investigation. I think in order for the task force to determine whether that is a compliant response or not, you need to ask them. The CPRA requires under Government Code 6253C that they tell you for each of these requests whether they're a public record, and second, whether they're disclosable. This kind of broad response from Sergeant Andrzejczyk, I don't think complies. One, because it's 1 year after I made the request, but 2, there are 3 separate requests here. So I invite the task force to instead ask Sergeant Andrzejczyk for request number 1, which is on brodriguez@rcfl.gov. 1, are there any records? 2, are all the records exempt under what you cited? And then ask the same thing for, you don't need to ask it for 2 because they already told you that request number 2 has no records whatsoever. But you need to ask them, are they specifically responding to my request number 1? And if they tell you, yes, records exist and all of them are exempt under 6254F, I would challenge that, to get to your second point, I would challenge that because the CPRA has a section, and I'll go look it up, that once you disclose a record to someone, waive the disclosability of that information. And so because in public record request P8985, they gave responsive record 4, page 13, this copy in a different form of that email, at least that one record from brodriguez@rcfl.gov, I think would not be exempt under 6254F because they waived that by giving it to me by giving a copy of it in some other form to me in a different record request. And I can go look up the CPRA section that talks about waiver if you need that.
Now, the document you just said you've already received in another form, are you still trying to get that here today, that document?
Yes, because they didn't, to be clear, they did not give me that other request, the specific record I've requested here, which is the email sent by Brian Rodriguez with the subject. What they gave me is an email sent by Lieutenant Torres to Chief Moser without Brian Rodriguez anywhere on there that includes a pasted copy or a forwarded copy of this other body of an email. But for example, I wouldn't be able to get from that attachments and stuff like that, right? But anyway, they would still have to produce this one email in this form, in this request, because they waived the exemption of that information, even if they say the replies and other things are 6254F.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, members?
One quick question.
Vice Chair Yankee.
And this goes back to about the part about making a records request in general. I just wanted to talk a little bit about, is it your contention that if an individual does not follow your prescribed process for submitting a records request, and for example, in this case, submits it directly to an individual, that you don't have to respond to it?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. But you walk up to an officer on the street, drop a public records request on them, probably not going to know what you're talking about or have the resources, to immediately deal with it. Sergeant got the email. He wasn't sure what it was, what to do with it. He did forward it to me, and then I took immediate action in order to help try to address Mr. Anonymous's request. That's what we do here. Guys rarely see media relations there in the task force. That's something I try to avoid and something that I'm proud of. And Mr. Anonymous, we have disagreement, and we have made some improvements and room for improvement in how we do things, but we really do take it seriously, and we do try to respond appropriately and within the time required by the code.
Okay, and I do appreciate that, obviously the sergeant in this case, forwarded on to you and that there was a response. And I understand there's probably a process set up to, streamline these things, but I just want to make it, make sure we're all on the same page that, if someone doesn't follow that specific process you have, it doesn't necessarily mean that, it's not a valid request. We still have to, encourage anyone to follow up with these requests. And so I see that done here in a roundabout way, but just as a point of clarification.
Yeah, absolutely. I would hope that if someone walked up to an officer on the street, that it wasn't in the middle of an emergency, of course, and that officer would ask, what am I supposed to do with this? Who do I call? And in this case, that's what the sergeant did.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. Chair Wolf, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm doing it. Anybody else? Any other questions? Clarification and discovery. Are we ready for rebuttals? Okay, let's move to rebuttals. Sergeant Andrzejczyk, you have 3 minutes when the administrator tells you she's ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the time. Made my case, and I've learned that Mr. Anonymous is the same requestor who received those other emails. But if he's still open to us sort of resending those emails to him, I will do so. But it sounds like he doesn't need them because he already has them. So I'd rather not go through the motion if I don't have to. And I think that's it. Thank you for your time.
Hey, thank you. And petitioner, Anonymous, you have 3 minutes of rebuttal.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So first of all, I want to point out something very important. No matter what happens, even if you think all these records are 6254F exempt, what they did is not legal. They can't just not respond and tell me whether the records existed and whether they searched for them in, the year ago when I requested them, refuse to respond to any of my emails about this request that I have followed up quite some times until now, and then today come here and tell you, well, it's all 6254F exempt. That's not legal, and that would be an incomplete response and a failure to justify withholding, 6727 as well. I still don't understand, and you should ask them. I don't know, you can just ask them. The CPRA requires them to give me a determination of whether the public records exist and whether they're disclosable. And I still don't know right now. So did they do the search and they did say that there is, one or more records on the B. Rodriguez at rcfl.gov account? That's my request number one. And they've determined, they've gone through them, they've reviewed them, and they say they're 100% 6254F exempt. I still don't know that answer, and I don't think he's willing to give it to me. But you could ask him. You have that authority to ask. And if they argue that, I would say no. That one email, we have proof that the one email authored by Brian Rodriguez sent to this Lieutenant Torres and various other people, we know that record exemption, if any existed, which I don't concede does, was waived under the CPRA by disclosing it as part of a different record. He claims that I already have this record. That's not technically true. I have the body of this email in some other email. If after this thing, and you find in my favor that one email is disclosable, he should produce that one email and then send the proper written response that the rest of the records we have searched, they exist, and they are all exempt under 6254F. But I can't get to that point until he has given me a response to my records request, apparently correcting it. At this moment, they are not compliant. So at the very least, you need to find a 6727 violation for not providing a written justification and a 6721B violation for not providing a complete response. And then when it goes to compliance, hopefully by then, hopefully tonight,
30 seconds.
I'll get such a written justification. And if we needed to come back here for other records, we can do it at that time. But right now, till this moment, I never had a justification. I just had, who knows if the records exist or not. And that's a different response. So at the very least, 6727 for written justification and 6721B for incomplete response, and we can deal with the rest at compliance. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. Okay, deliberation time, members. A lot on our plate here.
If you don't mind, I'll get it started.
Go ahead.
Just because, I think Anonymous raises a very good point, and I'm kind of troubled, especially because this already went through the complaints committee, that now we're hearing about a 6254 F exemption. Now that very well may, and I looked it up, and it looks like that there's high potential that it might apply here. The problem is, here we are now, and how many months have gone by since these original records were requested, right? And it's now verbal; it hasn't been in writing or anything. So I think, at a very bare minimum, I'm seeing a 6727 violation for the exemption not being what is it? The withholding of information, it was not justified in writing. So like I said, at bare minimum, I'm seeing a 6727 violation here.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. I mean, we've had this happen many times before, where at the time of the request, the reason for withholding is not given, and then subsequently not given, and then at the time it comes in as a complaint, it's still not given until we are at the hearing, and then at the hearing, so miraculously, there is some sort of justification at that time. That it doesn't count after the complaint has been made. It has to count at the time that the request is made. That's the Sunshine Ordinance is about that. We are here to find if somebody was non-compliant with the process that is laid out between a requester and a respondent at the time of the request, not at the time that it's being adjudicated. So I absolutely agree with you that this is it's too late for a respondent to claim withholding, at the time of adjudication.
I agree with Member Yankee. The way you expressed it, you said at minimum a withholding of justification, and I would agree that there is a violation in the withholding of the justification. Yes, although if either of you gentlemen is saying that you're talking about adding something else in, I think that may be a different matter. But at least with what it sounds like you both are in agreement on, I'd be in agreement on that also.
Right. What I'm saying is when Anonymous made this initial request, and if 67 or 6254 after the government code applied, and it very well may, then the police department should have responded back at that time and said these records are exempt under 6254F. Right. That was months and months and months ago, and he is entitled under the Sunshine Ordinance to receive in writing the justification for the withholding, right? And he didn't get that. Now, like I said, 6254F may very well be applicable. The problem is he was never given it until literally just minutes ago, right? So I guess, just to, get things rolling, I'll move to find a violation of 6727 for failure to justify the withholding of information in writing.
I want to request that you hold the motion.
Oh, sure.
Because there are other questions and aspects to this that I think need to be addressed that might be included. There'd be more violations that we might want to consider. I have a number of concerns, and I'd like to get through the deliberation first. So you can just notate that.
Sure. Yeah.
And we come to that point, that would be great. So we can avoid multiple action items. I do have a question for us, and I think the petitioner brought it up. Is just a question of, are the records that he is requesting actual FBI records? According to the MOU, it kind of dives into that section. The question is whether the information. It's interesting, this MOU, the way it's laid out, and the question is whether if anybody. There's nothing in here that actually necessarily discusses that it would supersede state law or supersede the local law that I can find. I didn't quite read this whole thing, word for word. But the question is whether the information that the petitioner is asking for I think that was 16. Was it 16G? No, 16F. No. Where was it? It's one. I think the section that the sergeant had pointed us to. He said it was 16. Records, yeah. So under 16, what is that titled? Equipment, vehicles, and office space. That's what it's titled. And under G8, so we got under H, release of FBI or CVR, CFL information to the public. Basically, let's see, shall not, except as authorized by the laboratory director or by any action or policy of the executive board, no assignee shall disseminate. And it's all this list of stuff, practice or procedure of the SVR, CFL that has not clearly been identified as authorized for public dissemination, or has otherwise not been made public. So then the question is of the information that, now we don't have any jurisdiction over this MOU, but it speaks in the same language of 6727 by providing justification as to whether any items have been authorized for public dissemination or otherwise, already been made public. And then it also talks about the laboratory director shall ensure that any release of FBI information is consistent. Okay. And then you go to J under records. The executive board shall by majority vote direct that one of the participating agencies be deemed owner and custodian of such records. Okay. So that's an interesting question that I'm going to go back and ask Sergeant Andrzejczyk about that. In the MOU under section Roman numeral 16J records, it says the executive board shall majority vote direct that one of the participating agencies be deemed the owner and custodian of such records. Are you aware of that such a vote has been taken?
I am not, and if someone has been appointed, if you will, that responsibility, I don't know that person. The sergeant called me a few minutes ago and told me that he was directed by FBI counsel not to release emails and to direct the request or to file a FOIA. That's possible that
I understand that that's would be a standard answer from a federal agency, but we have our own laws here in the state and local, that may or may not apply independently. At the same time, it does provide an alternative. It says, in the absence of such a directive by the executive board, such records shall be deemed the property of the general treasurer agency. Do you know what that is?
I do not. Sorry.
Okay. Anonymous, do you know what general treasurer agency is?
I want to make sure I'm looking at the right line number. We are talking about P847, page 28 of the MOU, subsection 1 of paragraph J. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
I have no idea which agency is the General Treasurer Agency, but my point here is nothing in this MOU can override either City of San Jose or CPRA. It's a contract. Contract is lower than a law, but yeah.
Well, I mean, we don't. The other thing is reading on in this MOU. Well, it's true, it is lower than the law. But reading, there's a subsection 1 under J. It says all records determined by the FBI to constitute FBI records shall continue to be owned by the FBI. Sergeant Andrzejczyk, do you have any documentation or information that shows the records that petitioner is requesting are owned by the FBI?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So that's something to consider, members. Another one. Go ahead.
I have a follow-up on that line of questioning.
Sure. Go ahead.
Before you move on.
Sure.
Yeah. Chair Wolf just asked a question of you, Sergeant Andrzejczyk, and you said that you just had a conversation with Officer Rodriguez. Is that just tonight?
Sergeant Rodriguez, and yes, that was
okay. So he told you that he was told by the FBI not to give up this documentation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did he say when that direction not to give it up was given to him? Was that back when he first obtained this request?
I can't answer that question.
Okay. You don't know when it happened, that he was instructed?
Correct, I don't.
Okay. And could you be as specific as you can about who it was at the FBI who told him don't give that information?
Someone on their legal counsel? I wouldn't be able to tell you who specifically.
But he said it was someone with legal, FBI legal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've got a couple of more items here for us to consider. Okay. So I have a little problem. This is something that's come up before with not just the police department, but with other departments. They're making a requirement of how people are to make public records requests. That they want them to go through a very specific portal or a very specific place, and the ordinance does not require that, and neither does the CPRA. This is something that is internal of any department. I do understand that we have had situations where people go on vacation and they aren't getting, or they're taking a leave of absence or what have you, and they don't get it. Sometimes some departments set up a listserv, and so then there are multiple people that can see it, but then that sometimes doesn't get checked often enough, so people miss. There's a timeliness issue on responding there, and then we have the current new next request system that not everybody in the city uses yet, but that does offer a little better tracking. I believe the police department has their own system that is not next request. I can be corrected on that. And there has been some concerns and questions with regards to that that we've come across also. So, but the ordinance does not prohibit any person making a request to make a request of a custodian directly. The custodian can then say, I have a public information office that will handle this and transfer it to them, which is generally how things are now being done. But the actual request is by the ordinance is directly to the custodian, and the custodian is the one who's responsible for the response. So even though the CP, see, this is about the uniqueness and the enhancement that the state law allows for creating a local sunshine ordinance. CPRA is focused on agencies. So request comes into anyone, it's the agency that responds. If there's a violation of CPRA, it's a violation of the agency, not necessarily the person. The Sunshine Ordinance has created enhancement of that. The voters created this to make it that the custodian itself is the responsible party, and that any non-compliance is on the responsibility of the custodian. So that said, just want to give context because we hear this, that people didn't go through the right process or the right procedure for submitting requests, and it's something. There's nothing written in law that says it has to be done that way. But sure, their request may not be found in time or what have you, and there is sometimes resistance to want to find a middle ground somewhere. Another item is in the beginning of Sergeant Andrew Check's testimony, he stated that this IDR was not like regular. It's as under 6725, and we have heard this countless times that if it's not a regular request or simple or routine, that the custodian automatically converts it into a regular request. Well, we have held that depending upon it, because there's no description of what simple or routine or otherwise readily answerable request is, that is not allowed. We have held that it's a precedent of ours. But people don't really understand necessarily what 6725 means or how it is to be implemented. It is a response with or without the record by the end of the following business day, or the end of the following, is a business day? Following day of close of business on the following day of the request. Okay? If the record cannot be gotten, it's just respond within that period of time. Yes, we have that record. No, we don't have that record, or we need more time and invoking an extension to be able to get that record because maybe it exists, in some other office across town or what have you. or because of now we're dealing with COVID, it may not be readily available electronically or what have you. That is a big mistake that a lot of folks make. And this assertion that they can summarily just convert an IDR into a standard routine request is just not correct. The next point I have is, and I think as Vice Chair Yankee had put it, that that not only did they not provide a justification at the beginning of this request, but subsequent interactions or subsequent inquiries by the requester for following up and figuring out why has he not gotten requests was not even met then with the same justification that was presented to us for the first time here today. So it didn't happen at the beginning for the 6254F, and it didn't happen for all since 2019 all the way till today. So it's one thing if it didn't happen in the beginning and then they said it after maybe the third inquiry for status. So I wanted to make that point. Then I just have a quick question for Anonymous. The email that was either in the body or as an attachment to the email that you had gotten, communication you gotten from Sergeant Torres, is that the only document that you're looking to get with regards to what we're dealing with right here?
Sure. No, if you look at my original request, the request asks for that original email sent by Sergeant Rodriguez and every reply and forward, basically the thread. And it seems like they're claiming everything, they're claiming that does exist. It is 6254F withheld. And my argument is that that email, that at least that very specific original email, is not a quote FBI information or FBI record, because he's not an FBI employee. That's my point, right? That one email I should get, even if they now argue that the rest of them are 6254F exempt. At least that one email I should be able to get. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the last item I have is, I'm not convinced, and this is no slight against Sergeant Andrzejczyk, I'm not convinced that the police department has sent a representative that is knowledgeable enough to be able to answer all our questions. And I'm concerned about that because we deal with that a lot. Representatives come, they're part of a general public information office, and they don't do enough investigation to have all the answers. And then when they don't have the answers, and then we request to get the answers, and we continue not to get the answers, we then request that the custodian come and compel them to come and ask the questions, answer the questions, and then we end up in this big negative feedback loop all the time. So we have found many times that when we can't close a case because of representatives that are being sent that are either are not knowledgeable because they weren't given enough information or didn't make it their business to be prepared for the hearing here, then I think that should also be considered in our actions. So that's it. That's the end of my list. Okay, now, Vice Chair Yankee, you can start with your motion if you have one.
I'll go back to my motion, and I will move to find a violation of 6727 for, how did I phrase it? For failing to justify the withholding of information in writing.
Okay.
I will second that motion.
Can we do this before you make the motion? Because I just wanted to see if we can formulate this with some of the items that I brought up too, and see if there's some agree. We could just kind of.
I'm considering making that motion.
Okay, so we have 6727. I would say that there would be a violation of 6726 for not for responsiveness, not responding. What's the word?
Addressing?
Not responsive. Sorry?
Is that addressing?
Well, no, just not responsive. It just was not.
Well, I think they responded fairly quickly. It was just
but no documents.
Right.
And and then subsequent to that, no justification for withholding.
Right.
6727. And then
6721E.
What is it stated?
Failure to send a representative knowledgeable. We can tack that on.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Okay, and then the last one is to that and this is a matter of deliberation that I was checked in with the petitioner about is, shall we order that one email that was that Anonymous had received from, or that is known to exist from Sergeant Torres be disclosed with the document, the email that was contained in it by Sergeant Rodriguez.
Could Chair Wolf, could you be a little more clear about that last one? What is it that you would want to order disclosed?
So the let me find it. It's on. Try to find the page so I can show you. No, it's not there. What page was that on?
I know what the emails are, but what is it that you want? You want what already was given to him to be given to him again?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
So on page 8, P815, PDF page number 99. This is the email from I don't know whether it's Sergeant or not, but Pilar Torres that has Sergeant Rodriguez's email that's in the thread of it. And the petitioner Anonymous is stating that this email is not part and parcel of the entity that Sergeant Rodriguez is attached to. That the original email is just a San Francisco Police Department email, and that is subject to Sunshine, to be released from Sunshine. And this is not a Smith versus San Jose issue. This is, within the confines of the city's communication systems.
So you're saying but he got it. Are you saying that you wanted him to get this and more of it?
The original email from, so if you look on page 815,
Yeah,
you look on page 815, and you look at where that dotted arrow is down, going down, right? That is an email that Officer, we'll call it Officer Pilar Torres, had received. He CC'd in that email from Sergeant Rodriguez. Okay, so so the request is not to Sergeant Rodriguez. As far as the petitioner is concerned, he didn't even know that Sergeant Rodriguez at the time he made the request is even part of any of this. He gets this email as either, I don't know how it was produced, but he has possession of this email from that has Sergeant Torres in it, and it has contained in it an email that was already emailed to him. He wants that email from Sergeant Torres, not from from Sergeant Rodriguez. He wants it. He wants that original email that is contained in this thread, and all the entire thread from Officer Torres. You follow me?
The entire thread. Okay. So you're talking about the entire thread that should be, you're saying that's the subject of what you want to add in here, that there be a compelling the entire thread that's indicated by this segment of the thread.
Right. And forgive me, I'm sorry, I just see it now. It's Lieutenant Torres. So just want to make that correction for the record. Yes, he wants all the emails that Lieutenant Torres has, the original emails, emails as they were sent, so that they have the metadata in it. And of course, as we heard in our just previous case earlier with the Department of Technology, there is now a process for redacting metadata. But he wants he doesn't want it, he wants the original email, not how it's produced here as part of the body of the message, as being part of a forward message, right?
Sure, I get it now. Yeah.
Okay, great. Does everybody understand what I'm asking for here? Okay. So I'm suggesting that we order that that the emails that are part of this thread be produced and delivered to the requester in their entirety with the metadata.
Well, I could say that I'm not real. I would lean against the whether he's a representative most with knowledge. I think he is, but that's not a huge deal to me. But and on the last part, I agree with you that this whole thing with this Silicon Valley thing, that doesn't constitute any basis for me to prevent Anonymous from getting the documentation. That I agree with. But it looks to me like we're talking about an exempt document. And so I would not want to vote, and I don't think I could vote, to compel that exempt document as part of a motion.
Which exempt document?
The one that's they're claiming an exemption to the document that is the Rodriguez document they've said that these are, you know, exempt because they're ongoing investigation documents, and so that's what I think still would apply, and it works for all those attachments that they say they're exempt.
That's fine. If they want to exempt them, they can redact those or withhold them, and the requester can, you know, come back to the task force and, you know, and make additional inquiries about that. What I'm just talking about is these emails. These emails are part. It doesn't matter that it's from this RCFL or division, which he's already claimed, and I think it's clear from what we can see in the MOU that it's a division and part and parcel to the San Francisco Police Department. But what we're talking about here is this email from Lieutenant Torres, which is, it doesn't matter whether it has Sergeant Rodriguez in it or not, doesn't matter. The requester is asking for this email that is public record from Lieutenant Torres. Now, if they're going to claim this under 6754F, that it's part and parcel to an investigation, it's kind of hard because they also claim that they didn't necessarily pull back any documents that were already released. So, okay, if they didn't pull them back, then they can't pull back this one. This one's now already public. And the requester is saying, at least give me this one, because this one has been already made public. So he wants this email from Lieutenant Torres, and he wants all the other emails that Lieutenant Torres has received.
Well, you can't say that he's both made it public and not made it public in the same breath. That's not right. The Anonymous is looking for documents that, as far as I can tell, have not been made public. And so those are the ones that are being kept not public, and because of an exemption. This document is in the public, but those aren't. So
I get
yeah,
that. I'm not concerned about those other documents. I'm only concerned about the email. He's just that was basic. That's why I asked him that question. Are you concerned about getting any of the other documents, or is it because we don't know what they are? There's no listing of them. There's no real log of them or anything like that. We don't know if they exist, okay, or if they're allowable to be disclosed. I mean, we saw the MOU. It talks a lot about, you know, the records cannot be disclosed for this or that. I don't want to necessarily get into the weeds of Anonymous's claim that the MOU is subordinate to state law and all of that. I think I'm not prepared to go down that road. I absolutely would need some legal advice on that. I think we all would. But at least on this, it doesn't matter whether it's Sergeant Rodriguez or somebody else. He just knows that this email exists. He could just even blindly ask for all emails from Lieutenant Torres regarding the subject line. And he may or may not get any response. The fact that this exists, that it's in our record here, and we can see it, I'm suggesting that at least this particular email and all the emails in this thread that Lieutenant Torres has received, that Lieutenant Torres is party to, be released, be disclosed in their, not in an email thread, one email with a thread of discussion, but all the individual emails that are in Lieutenant Torres's possession.
At this point, I think we're maybe ships passing on the night on this one, so I'll just agree to disagree on it.
Okay, so all right, so then I'm going to start the motion. Okay, to find a violation of 6726 for not being responsive not being responsive to the records, delivery of the records only. 6726 for failing to justify the withholding. 6721E for not sending a knowledgeable representative, and to order the production of all the emails in that discussion thread from Lieutenant Torres under the subject line of 190149152152 / Carmody, it's spelled CARMODY / acronym S Sierra, V Victor, R Romeo, C Charlie, F Foxtrot, L Lima, lab, # or number sign, and then acronym Sierra Victor -19 -0033.
Okay, I'm going to need you to repeat that because I'm trying to do this whole thing, and I want to make sure that it comes out correctly.
Okay, what do you want me to repeat?
Well, let's just review the motion. You said 6726 for not responding, responding to the delivery of records, but I don't think that's correct. 6726 for failing to justify withholding.
Why do you think it's not correct?
No, because you said it twice, but you said two different things. You said 6726 for not responding to the delivery of records, and then you said 6726 failing to justify withholding and order production of all emails. So you said it twice, but I'm not sure.
No, I did not. I said 6726 for not responsive to the delivery of any documents, and then 6727 for failing to justify withholding.
Yeah, that's what you did. Yeah, I thought that was what you meant. Okay.
Okay,
and order
then 67,
Okay.
6721E for not sending knowledgeable representative. Tell me when you're ready.
And order production of all emails that discuss the thread under the subject line. This is what I want to make sure I have right. 1901491521 / Carmody, CARMODY /SVRCFL lab hashtag SV-19033. Is that correct?
Correct. That's my motion.
Okay. Who wants to second that?
There's a second.
I will second that motion.
Okay, it's moved by myself, Chair Wolf, second by Member Wong. Okay. Members, discussion.
I'll go. I heard what Member Schmidt was talking about earlier, and I think I tend to agree with him. But I'm not particularly sure that I agree with the 6721E about a knowledgeable person coming. Maybe if we want to separate that out. Obviously, I agree with the violation of 6727 and all that we talked about. But I'm not sure I'm quite there on the 6721E part.
Okay. Yeah, Member Wong.
Yeah, I guess in response to that, I would say like the main issue I take with the knowledge is that there's no real details on SVR CFL, and also the MOU related to that, and that's something that I would have liked to know more about, and perhaps that would have been the case if we, for example, had Sergeant Rodriguez here instead. Maybe he would have had more information on that.
I understand that, although the main defense I'm hearing now is the is that he's claimed that there's a 6254F exemption, which, you know, be it what it may, obviously wasn't made until just now, right? And so he seems to be knowledgeable enough to discuss that exemption and how it may apply. Obviously, I don't believe that it was, you know, properly invoked at this point in the process. I think there's certainly a major concern about the timeliness of it, and as we talked about, the back and forth between anonymous and just going to complaint and everything, and now we're just hearing about 6254F. And I think that's mainly the crux of the current claim of why certain things might be exempt, which I do believe the respondent is probably, you know, familiar enough to discuss with us. So I guess for me, I just don't see the 6721E on this.
Except, you know, I ran a line of questioning with regards to the MOU and regards to the public records disclosure section of the MOU, and he was unable to answer any of those questions. Cannot tell us any of the documents that he's claiming under 6754, 60, sorry, under 6254F. It has any if they're FBI records or not. I mean, it's just a blanket statement that because this is open under investigation, but not necessarily claiming which parts. It can't. It just saying all parts of it. We don't even know what parts. You know, based on the requester's original request for information, which parts are not. There are parts that have already been made public, and the respondent's testimony is that they didn't pull them back. So that's what leaves a lot of question to me, and not being able to answer whether the records, according to the MOU, if we're going to give any credence to the MOU, that they're, you know, whether they any of the executive board, or the executive director, or even what this the caveat of this treasurer of some sort, that is the main default. There's no answer to that either. So it unless Sergeant Rodriguez has that information, or the responsible governing body parties of this division of the San Francisco Police Department appears before us and tells us or provides it in writing, I'm not convinced that we have a person here who can answer enough of the questions in order for us to be able to determine whether all these records are being withheld properly or not.
Yeah.
You talked about this a little bit. What's your feeling?
I think that the questions about the MOU, it's pretty hard to find witnesses who can really do contract interpretation. It seems like it's like putting a contract in front of someone and asking them to you know, match up the terms of the contract with things. With most witnesses, you can't do that. I know that. And I don't know if we should put that on him to be able to do that as the representative of the department.
But he invoked
yeah.
Member Schmidt, he invoked it. He was the one that brought it up. We didn't bring it up. He brought it up. He used that as his defense. If he cannot defend it by answering the questions that are in it in writing that state what the conditions are, no court will accept that as being a credible witness.
Well, he's invoking it as a part. He's invoking on behalf of the police department. But then I mean, he can take a position, but that doesn't mean that he can like give credible evidence, admissible evidence, in terms of like interpreting provisions of an MOU. they have a right to take a position without having the obligation that they have that witness be able to interpret that contract.
I'm calling whether the claims that they are putting forward for withholding are credible. And if they're going to invoke this MOU under section Roman numeral 16J and can't answer any of the questions as to what it says in black and white, this is their defense. They brought the defense forward. They have to defend it. They have to show that this is credible. If they cannot answer the questions that I'm reading from the MOU itself, and they're invoking this, that is not credible. That is somebody. I would just say, is there somebody else who can answer this question? Do you know that the executive board has made this vote? No. Do you know who the general treasurer is? No. Do you know if any of these records are to be deemed by the FBI to be FBI records? The answer was no. They didn't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe not being knowledgeable as an answer of I don't know.
Are you saying that they have to send all witnesses to any possible questions that we would ask them?
If they are going to invoke withholding based upon, as they put forward their defense of this MOU, okay, and they can't answer any of the questions based upon the question of withholding, then there's no credibility. It can't be.
Is the MOU then, can they not use the MOU? I mean, the MOU speaks for itself.